Howdy, my fictions, my non-fictions, and my non-binary... Religions and Mythology section. It's me... Chat, will we finally be actual cops this stream? We've been actual cops the entire time. Cops don't normally give drunks vodka. Funny you say that because the song you just heard was called Vodka Mutiny. Speaking of, we are joined by our most Dewey Decimal. It's...
Liz.
Well. If it isn't... Are you hyped for today? Do you believe how much reading we're going to be doing?
I mean, you've played visual novels. Ace Attorney was entirely reading. That game didn't even have voice acting.
Excuse you? It had voice acting when they said the word objection and hold it.
And take that.
Take that! Objection! Hi, my name is Phoenix Wright. I love committing crime to solve cases.
There should be a murder mystery style game where you play as a investigator detective person trying to exonerate your clients from criminal charges, but it's then after that it switches to you being a serial killer killing people, because the people you're exonerating are people who are being accused for the crimes you've committed, and you need to get them, like, exonerated without getting yourself convicted instead. So you need to, like, balance the line of what evidence you're giving, so they are able to tell it's not that person, but it's not you.
Avery,
Yeah.
do you think Hydra could solve a mystery?
Yes. Also, that game I just said, we're gonna call that game the Legislator.
Amazing.
Hydra seems smart. I once, like, wrote out stats for Hydra and my other OCs. Hydra's not particularly smart, but they're not, like, you know, they're not dumb. They solve puzzles, so they gotta be at least somewhat smart.
I wiggle Hydra.
Everybody loves Hydra. They're basically the tertiary mascot of this stream. Anyways, as you guys may know, Disco Elysium, video game. We're gonna give a big round of applause. It's part 20, baby! We took 20 streams of not taking down a body from a tree! It's been up there for months! Maybe even days!
AV streamer game.
No. Hydra eats the incriminating evidence. Why would they do that? That's, immoral, illegal, unlawful, and anyone who's caught is gonna be punished to the full extent of the law. Signed, Burgermeister Meisterburger. Heimdall. Part 20, at least 30 to go. Look, I assume, now that I've done all of the side quests, that it will be a lot smoother sailing down the actual mainline road of this game.
Yeah, all you currently have left to do is read books and talk to the Hardy Boys.
Yeah.
Because you can't progress, because you have like 3 or 4 side quests that are all tied to the church. You can't progress the church until you put a point into logic.
Oh, once I gotta flip my sign around.
Yeah.
I don't think Liz knew this, but a couple nights ago, I got hopped up on ADHD medication and constructed a wall made out of cardboard and styrofoam using screws.
Whoa.
To basically make a sort of soundproofing, sort of vision blocking barrier, because, like, people had been going from the kitchen into the other room, which is through the room I stay in, because they wanted to use that room for, like, just sleeping for a couple of days. And so I was like, okay, that's fine. I have no issues with that. People are allowed to use the room. I'm not using it as much. It's where I keep my stuff, but, you know, I'm not using, like, the bed or anything. But, like, I didn't really like people coming through because, like, I work on the computer. I am an artist who draws particular things. And I don't really want people just walking in and seeing me do that. And I also don't want my sister's loud noises to constantly come through. So I was like, I can construct a wall. Because we have a ton of cardboard styrofoam of boxes from mail and whatnot just lying in the bathroom. Because nobody knows how to throw out anything. So I was like, I could take all of these sheets of styrofoam and cardboard, get my box cutter, and construct a wall, which I held together using drafting screws, because I didn't have any tape or, like, things like that. So I just hand-screwed screws through cardboard and styrofoam. I got string from cutting the, like, loose hem of a pillow that's, like, falling apart, like there's long strands of it from the edges of it. It's like, okay, chop that off. I got string now. And so I sewed it up at the top, hung it up from the ceiling, and made a little sign out of cardboard that says live. And now people can, now it blocks the vision. It does not dampen sound as good as I was hoping. It dampens a little bit. But it also, you know, it also lets everyone know that if I'm live or not. So they know, you know, don't say, you know, personal shit, that kind of stuff. Like, don't be like, hey, we certainly do live at 372 Biddly Bot Lane. Hey, Ozzy. Yo.
You're powerful.
On what grounds?
Yeah.
What makes you say this?
As you constructed.
Are these pinball machines? Why can't we play these?
Well, you know.
Fucking cringe. Anyways, where were we? Alright, Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity.
In your hand, you hold forth. Why? There's truly no point. You'll never know who did it, because those pages have literally been scattered to the wind.
I just want to relive the experience.
If you insist. But again, it's really pointless. The story opens with a knock, spillane, but also extremely accurate in your case.
Look, I can't judge.
2 days later, desperate to clear his name,
No way Mullen did it.
Of course, Mullen
What?
didn't do it. That's the
Huh?
whole premise.
already
of
read the book.
Anyway, Mullen returns to the seaside bar. where
Yeah,
Spillane
but I
is
need to
murdered.
I need to just make sure that I've
Mysterious woman. Deneuve revealed
I've not
only is
missed
the local
anything.
police captain in on the amphitheater. One evening, yes. Well, that testimony won't be admissible.
I'm not sure I'm happy with this, but maybe the story will turn
As the
around.
two lovers share a post-coit I love you. The name, whatever it is, Mullen never
Fuck.
hears the. When Mullen comes to, Deneuve is dead on the hostel bed next to
Double
him.
fuck!
What matters worse, his clothes are covered with her. Mullen trashes his blood, fleeing a crime scene, destroying evidence. Even if Detective Mullen,
Why are you
Mullen
slurping?
won't be sent to, the heat is, and you'll never know what happens because the
Gotta do
rest of
something
the
to pass
book
time.
is gone.
I can surmise, can't I? If Mullen goes to jail, there wouldn't be like 50 more of these books.
What makes you think this isn't the final Dick Mullen case?
Isn't there already a book called Dick Mullen in the Final Case or something?
How do you know this isn't the final case?
Okay, whatever. This is getting ridiculous.
In your hand.
See, we would have nobody was gonna see that one because nobody thinks I should read the book a second time.
A second slime.
See, there are benefits to me going through this shit like 40 times. Now we go through it a third time and it's got more dialogue. I'm kidding, we're not reading it a third time. We're going to do all the books. The Greatest Innocence was what came in second place on that vote before, so let's learn about the Pope. The Dusty Tome brings in a knowledge of the history of innocences. It is written by one,
I think is that name pronounced
Joao?
Yao?
Joao Paulo Salomão Lopes de Fuego. A masked fascist who tries to reach a conclusion on which the innocence is the coolest in the world.
The Greatest Innocence by Joao Paulo Salomão
Oh, okay.
Lopes de Fuego. The book is large and heavy.
I'm glad that they read that for us, because I was butchering that. Have you read all these books, Garbanzabine?
Some of them. Back on my original playthrough.
Crack open
Not
this
all
up.
of them. Not all of them, because I didn't have the money for it.
Well, yeah, not everybody's as liquid as I am.
Browsing through the various chapters, you try your best to understand the ceaseless overflow, the sprawl of names, dates, places, events, historical. Most of it ends up as a twisted mass of facts inside your brain.
Nice.
You can do it. It'll be worth it. There's something here.
Really? Endurance is the one who's like saying I should continue reading information.
Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh well, it's pop quiz time. Let's see what you've learned. This might take a few minutes. You ready?
Sure, why not?
That's the spirit. Here we go. Question 1. Who was the first innocence? Dolores Day.
Dolores Day.
Incorrect. Dolores Day was the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. She codified parliamentary democracy and created modern institutions. Among these, the moral intern. She was powerful and beautiful on all her icons.
Why would Pain Threshold lie to me?
Her colors are silver, white, and apricot. And when you think her name, Dolores, stomach acid rises to the back of your throat, and it hurts. You see a flash silver, a wreath, an airport bag, and blonde hair. You don't know why. Another choice, perhaps?
I wonder if our bitch ex-wife is named Dolores.
Steer clear of this one. There's something terrible about this one.
What?
A strange sensation of loss. When she left the earth, the dust, and the ice, and the humans. That is unimportant to the quiz. Stop thinking about this. Yes, the quiz is impersonal. No need to rouse sensations in yourself at the mention of Dolores Day. Who was the first innocence? It wasn't Dolores Day.
The Paracarnassian?
Correct. Nothing much is known about him. It's not even clear that he was a he, but Franco Negro presumed as such and called him Pius. He's depicted as a young man with molten gold pouring out of his mouth.
I mean...
All he spoke was gold. It's said he invented God and equality of men before God. He also introduced the gold standard as a way for measuring people's love for Aurum.
Aurum is the old word for gold. That's why on the periodic table, gold is listed as AU. Because Aurum. I like that they're not certain that this person was a he. Non-binary icon vomiting gold all over the place. Kind of fucked up for a person who invented the gold standard to be apparently, like, non-stop adding more gold to the market, which would inevitably cause inflation and crash it, but, you know, to each their own.
I mean, I assume that the...
I know, it's probably metaphorical, but if we are to take it in the literal sense, that is a terrible, way to go. The gold was too tasty. It was tasty, they would have kept it down. You don't vomit up things you enjoyed the taste of. You could eat gold just fine. Gold does not react to anything outside your body. There's quite a couple things that you could just eat that your body just doesn't react with.
Like Creed.
You cannot eat Creed. I will react. I will go, wah, or wah, or buh, or
Avery.
As the first innocence, he declared that there should be more of those like him. It is presumed his disciples were the beginning of the Holy Party, the founding party.
What's up?
Avery, you're a delight.
Thank you. I do turn off lights sometimes.
Yeah.
Eat Creed and you get syphilis. Okay, first of all, 1, not how syphilis is transmitted. 2, I don't have syphilis. Why would I have syphilis? It's a sexually transmitted disease. That would require me to fuck. And I don't do that. I'm quilt different. It's a new variant of syphilis. That's not... No, you can't just invent syphilis out of nowhere. That's not how syphilis works. Oh yeah, Liz, I was going to ask. Now that if we do finally get the body down from the tree at the end of this stream, what is your estimate for how many more parts this series is going to take?
A couple.
Okay, 2. Understood.
I could see.
Okay, here's a question. Will it take more or less than the number of streams we've already made?
I'd say maybe like 3 or 4 more streams.
Damn.
Because you've already like exhausted just about all the side content.
And I've already gotten so many people killed.
Yeah, there'd really be nothing more for you to do than just main case. Which you're expected to interweave between doing main case and side case, but
No.
you are quilt different.
Quilt different.
Question 2. Who was the strongest innocence? Dolores.
Pain threshold. Was it Dolores Day, perhaps? Okay, it's probably not Dolores Day. If I had to guess, because Pain Threshold is just being an idiot. This guy, Frankenegro, presumably was called him pious. I'm gonna go with that then.
Correct. Named the innocence of militarism.
Nice.
He codified hereditary rule, but at the same time ended serfdom and established the Inter-Isolari Real as the global reserve currency. He also established the concept of the nation. Franco Negro attempted to solve the rising tensions between the aristocracy and bourgeoisie by building a unified society in which every man has a place and a mission, but at the same time may rise to nobility provided on the strength of his virtue. Question 3. Who was the false innocence? Okay, it wasn't Dolores Day. She's not false.
Dolores.
No, stop thinking it. I said it wasn't her. She was true. No, stop thinking it. I said it wasn't her. She was true.
Stepan the Despicable?
Incorrect. Stepan the Despicable, regent of Kedra, was a ruler who conquered the known world during the Kedriatic conquest, instead of the despotic Ereno Pasternak. Would you try again? Incorrect. Kedra is a large nation in the mid-northern area of the Mawindi Isola, north of the Occident, between the Ilmarin mountain range and the Pacentic Mare Interregnum. Care to try again? Correct. There have been a number of counter or false innocences, some assumed to have innocentic qualities, some who just thought so themselves. Occasionally, they have the support of a faction inside the ecclesiastic organization, and accusations of foul play have arisen.
So is there a Vatican in this universe?
I think so, yeah. I do find it interesting how in Disco Elysium, like, people don't worship God, they worship the Pope.
Well, yeah.
Because, like, there is, like, I know it's, because it's, like, the Paracarnassians started the, like, the concept of organized religion, but I know it's implied that only, like, some nations actually still worship it.
Funky.
The rest of the world generally just worships the Pope, who is unconnected to mythology.
I guess it just sort of like cults ideology, or just like, this person knows what they're talking about, and I will listen to them wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
The most famous and important of these was Ereno Pasternak. He was into torture, despotism, hymns, cannons, and world conquest, but got defeated and humiliated by Stepan the Despicable of Kedra.
You know, one of these things is not like the other.
Hymns.
He was into hymns. He was into cannons.
Final stretch. You've come so far and learned so much. This is the most important one. Question 4. Who was the greatest innocence? The most important of them all. The most precious to humankind.
Franco Negro.
Incorrect. While Franco Negro built concrete churches and cathedrals, and while many people, especially the Mesk, consider him a father figure, due to his militarism and nationalism, João Paulo Salomão Lopes de Fuego argues differently. Another choice, perhaps?
Bruno Pasternak.
Incorrect. He was a violent bastard, out to torture, maim, and kill whoever stood in his way. He was also a false innocence, disqualifying him from being the greatest and most important, and most precious to humankind. Would you like to try again?
If rich people can break reality, God can be the Pope. I suppose that is fair. Dolores Day.
The Mesk might see Franco Negro as the father of nations, but as of this century, there's been a great shift in attitude. Dolores Day has become widely regarded as the greatest innocence. A most radical change to the whole.
I think I could be a
of the
better
world.
Pope. Chat, would you follow me if I became a Pope of a religion?
Everything from
Would you follow creedism?
to the connected world to 3 consecutive scientific revolutions can be traced back to her. Every decade that passes, she seems less human somehow, and more beautiful.
Remember, if you give me money, I will make your life better in minor ways that you'll scarcely notice, but you'll recognize them in the long run.
And more beautiful. And more beautiful.
Fuck you, Pain Threshold.
Congratulations on finishing the test. The results and your subsequent grade have been calculated. You get a D. Not particularly remarkable, but technically a passing grade. Not that anyone really expected better. You would have done better if you just left Dolores Day for the end. Dial the Dolores Day down a bit.
Damn you, American book.
What's going on with you?
The book is unfair.
Okay.
You told to whip by your furious cursing.
You are shouting at an inanimate object, like a real weirdo. No wonder you seem to have trouble with the right answers. Browsing through the book again, you still have trouble understanding the torrent. You can do it. Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. It
Definitely
seems
better this
rather
time.
unfair to try again after you already know the answers. But sure, if this makes you feel Dolores Day.
The first one was the Percanassian.
Correct. As the question, Dolores.
The Franco Negro.
Correct. Franco question. Okay, it wasn't
Or
Dolores.
no,
Correct.
Pasternak.
The most final stretch. You've correct.
This-
Everything from.
This
and
is one
more
where I
beautiful
think you actually
and
should just go
more
through all the options,
beautiful.
because then you get the lore on all who the innocences are.
Congratulations
Yeah, I intended
on
to.
finishing the test. Again, the results and your subsequent grade have been calculated. You get an A. All correct. Impressive. Oddly so. You really navigated some treacherous waters here. Well done.
Got you this time. Not so smart anymore, are you?
The lieutenant is doing his best to ignore your behavior. Yeah, sure. It's so much easier once you know the answers, right? Browsing
Don't be
through
a
the book,
dick.
you can do it. Your educational survey is
Go on
done.
for your trickery again.
Probably for the best. It wasn't looking too good for you. Browsing through
Back into the book.
Your education.
Education!
Dolores the
Sola?
Correct. Sola was anointed during the previous century and even lived to see the current one. She was an urban planner who spoke her mind and largely left history to its own devices, encouraging people to excel on their own rather than prescribing to a deified model of history. She is often called an anti-innocence.
Ah, a traitor. What are the tenets of creedism? Number 1, give me your worldly possessions. Number 2, hand jobs.
Well,
It says, no, for I don't believe in religion, I won't follow a cult. Okay, what if I say it's not a religion, but a social unification towards a common moral goal?
Sola resigned after an assassination attempt by a Yugo nationalist who blamed her for not taking the side of the left during the turn-of-the-century revolutions. Innocences don't usually resign. Care to try again? Correct. As the first question, Dolores.
Vesper Messina.
Incorrect. Vespa Messina is not a person, but a defunct state on the
A
southeast
Vespa
coast
is a
of the
type
Occident.
of bee.
It used to take up most of the peninsula before separating into the
It's
republics
a
of
type
Vespa
of
and Messina.
squee.
Care to try again?
Did you know that there is a type of bee whose taxonomic name is Longipennis?
Wonderful.
I just thought it was important for you to know that.
Did you know that it's hip?
Incorrect again. While she originated many modern institutions, launched several successful expeditions, and was even critical of the Innocentic system itself, and somehow keeps popping up in your mind, she is not often considered the strongest, even though the words most associated with her rule are l'amour,
Love, compassion,
l'autodiscipline,
and
love,
self-discipline.
compassion, self-control, which could be seen as facets of strength. Would you like to try again?
Back when I was learning karate and whatnot, we had to like learn some tenets from that, and the three main tenets were self-control, self-discipline, and respect. I think I handle those pretty well, and if you disagree, go fuck yourself. I do what I want. No one can tell me what to do.
Please, relax. Correct. Franco, question. Okay, it wasn't Dolores Day. She's not. Incorrect. Correct. The most final stretch. You've come so incorrect. Incorrect. Correct. Everything and more. Congratulations on finishing the test. Again, a C. Vaguely passable. A solid effort with nothing much else to show. Nice going, mediocrity man. You would have done better if you just left Dolores Day for the end. Dial the Dolores Day down a bit. But endless tries aren't. Browsing through the book again, you can do it. Your education survey.
I just want to see what happens if you get an F.
Day.
Okay, so
Incorrect.
Sola, Dolores Day.
Her colors. Steer clear of this one.
I think about things.
Yes, the quiz is impersonal. No need to rouse sensations in yourself at the mention of Dolores Day. Correct.
Elysium,
As the question, Dolores. Incorrect.
Messina,
Incorrect.
Dolores Day,
Even please.
and
Relax. Correct.
Negro.
Franco, question. Okay. It wasn't incorrect.
Kedra,
Incorrect.
Stepan,
No.
Dolores.
Stop thinking. Correct.
That's
The
next.
most famous and final stretch. You've come incorrect. One incorrect. Correct.
Dolores.
Everything and more beautiful. Congratulate. A C. Vaguely
What?
possible. A
I
solid
got
effort
every
with
possible
nothing
wrong
else to
answer.
show. Nice going. Mediocrity
Oh,
man.
yeah, no.
You would have done better. But endless tries aren't really fair.
You can't because you know karate. Yeah, I know karate. I'm a black belt. I can break your arm.
Karate.
Yeah. When I was younger, I once got in trouble at school for roundhouse kicking somebody. Anyways. We're gonna read the medicinal purposes of the pail. A small green book giving off a peculiar foreboding impression. Although it's hard to figure out why, it describes the various ways of healing debilitating ailments through the use of the pail, some of which sound implausible at best.
This
Medicinal
book is
purposes
so
of the
much
pail.
more
The cover
messed
of
up
this
once you
heavy
actually
tome
learn what the pail
features
is.
a number of esoteric symbols.
It's just, the void of nothing between the worlds. You know
Yeah.
how it is. Was it for self-defense or for funsies? It was out of annoyance. I used to have anger issues when I was younger. It's still wild to me that it's black belt specifically. Malaysia ass never reached past yellow. Yellow's like the second belt color. How'd you get through one thing and couldn't even get to the third color?
Avery Angery?
Yeah, I used to have to go to a social worker at the school, like, once every couple of weeks, just to have a talk and whatnot. to make sure that I, was dealing with my various issues well. It turns out, kicking people or breaking windows makes it seem like you might be troubled in some way. So, it happens.
I can sympathize. I used to have still kind of do, had anger issues growing up.
Yeah. I think I've gotten better at being chill, usually. But sometimes things still do tick me off. Okay.
Evil
Hi!
squishes you.
Like that?
Alright, how about this book?
The cover says fitting number esoteric symbols.
Flipping through the book, you find a number of sections on the general benefits of the pill. A large pharmacopoeia makes up nearly half of the book.
Is a pharmacopoeia a pharmaceutical cornucopia?
You come across the following explanation. While modern pharmacopoeia are continually updated by so-called experts based on the results of clinical trials, readers will find assembled here the timeless wisdom relied upon by generations of traditional Seolite medicine practitioners, Mesk mystics, and Ilmaran folk doctors.
Okay, so what you're saying is this isn't actually medical information, it's a collection of just folklore related to possible... What's the word? Something medicine. What's the word? It's for essential oils, crystals, all that kind of stuff. What's the term? It's on the tip of my tongue.
Alternative medicine, I think?
It's not quackery, it's not alternative. Pseudoscience is close, but not... Holistic! Holistic medicine is the closest. Yeah, that's not right.
Finally, something to calm the angry spirits that have been plaguing you.
I do not have angry spirits plaguing me, Inland Empire.
It seems to contain descriptions of the medicinal properties of various ingredients that may be gathered from the pale, as well as instructions for producing a variety of herbal remedies.
Anything in there about restoring lost memories?
There are a number of Seolite tonics that promise to improve your short-term memory, but nothing that speaks to your condition.
You gotta balance Kim's humors. Kim, I think got a bit too much swangwine. Liz, would you describe yourself as sanguine, melancholic, choleric, or phlegmatic?
I don't remember what each of those is off the top of my head.
Chat, assign Liz and me one of the 4 humors each. I want something that will soothe the relentless torment of my existence.
Chat, assign each of us a legume.
Anything about curing an apocalyptic hangover?
There's nothing in here that speaks to hangovers directly. However, while browsing through the various descriptions, you become convinced that you could assemble something from the ingredients listed here. Want to give it a shot?
Rub your hand in. Alright, book, let's see what you got.
First, you need to choose a base ingredient.
Okay, let's see. Ginger root, tempting. Ginger root is very good for cleaning the sinuses. It's good for an upset stomach if it's in an ale form. Sprig of fresh mint. It's very cooling. Technically a poison or a deterrent to most animals. We consume it anyways. It's funny. And common meadow rue. I don't know that. I know that a certain rue tea is used for people who take psychoactives because it reacts in such a way that it improves the experience. But out of all these, I think I'm going to go with ginger root.
Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle.
Mix it with a dram of whiskey. A dram is not as much whiskey as you think it is. Boil it in with tea made from birch bark. Mash it into a paste with some aloe vera extract. Let's go with the birch bark.
Lastly, is there anything else you'd like to add?
2 pomegranate seeds, a spoonful of sugar, some wild ginseng root. A spoonful of sugar. What we're going to be making is ginger ale.
The ginger root will help with the nausea, and the birch bark tea will help you flush out the toxins. The sugar just makes it taste better.
Great, so where can I get all this stuff?
From the pal, of course. Or perhaps from some enterprising entrepreneur, where you would find one of those, though. The book does not say.
Not with this hangover.
Very well.
Mint.
Next, you'll need to combine the basing
Aloe vera.
bluesky. Is there anything else?
Ginseng.
The ginger root will help with the nausea, and the
That's-
birch bark tea will help you flush out the toxins. The ginseng should give you more energy as a nice bonus. From the pal,
Nope.
very well.
Meadow
Next,
rue,
you
dram of
blast
whiskey,
it,
pomegranate
as
seeds.
You've created a delicious tincture of whiskey and ginger. According to the pharmacopoeia, it should increase your energy and focus, though in your experience,
thinking you
it's only
picked
done
ginger.
the opposite. If only you could find one of these right now and drink the shit out of it. The book said it's good for you, so it would be okay. Would you like to try again?
Let's try again.
Very well. First, choose a base ingredient.
Yeah, it keeps thinking I'm choosing ginger.
Next,
Mint.
you need to combine the base ingredient.
Aloe vera.
Is there anything else?
Pomegranate.
You've created a delicious tincture of if only. Would you like to try again?
Where's your
You
hooey?
close the
Luna-
book and find
Luna
yourself
Khan, I
staring at
appreciate
the
the
familiar
assigned
cover
to
once more.
pistachio.
Pistachio. I think created would be sanguine, and Liz would be. Is black melancholic? Is black choleric?
Hold on.
No, because
What's
cholera is yellow, isn't it?
Hold on, what Jaden said. Creed feels hot and moist, and Liz feels old age. That's probably ruder than you intended it to, Jaden.
Yeah. Also, Liz is like 30 years younger than me. Like,
What?
Liz
What's
is
his name?
Liz is like a concept.
What?
Liz is so Art Deco.
Art Deco is
Flipping through the
very
book,
cool.
you find a number of sections on the
I think I just want some general health
benefits. Have you
advice.
taken any walks through the Pale recently?
Yes, twice a week.
And on your walks, do you stop to meditate on the nature of your being?
Totally, every time.
Good. And when you meditate, are you in the new?
Oh yeah, buck naked.
Excellent. Free your body. You long to feel the cool breeze tickle against your inner thighs and midriff. You're doing everything as you should. Regular Pale meditation has been shown to help keep your body lithe and strong, your mind alert and expansive.
So you could just walk into the Pale? Interesting. Like, so far
That second one.
What?
I was gonna say that that second one, not so much. It's you learn from multiple NPCs that going into the Pale makes you insane.
Yeah, it
Because
kind of messes up your
gives you-
head.
Gives you basically magic dementia.
Yeah. Like, for the record, I've just been imagining, like, sort of the world just kind of cutting off at a cliff, and then that's where it kind of, that's the Pales after that. Like, the world just ends, and now there is nothing there, and that's why you have to kind of sort of, like, float through it with, like, the ships. I didn't realize you could just walk into it and then walk back out.
Yeah, it's been a while, given the time gap between streams, but when you get the lowdown from Joyce, she describes the Pale like there's kind of like an intermediate, like between reality and Pale, that's called porch collapse,
Oh, I see.
which I think is kind of a neat name for it, because it's like it's like the end of the world kind of is your porch.
I do suppose that is true.
A note of
Yeah, it's like-
caution, however.
It's the
Be sure to limit your exposure to the Pale to no more than an hour a day and no more than 3 hours total per week.
yeah, because how Joyce describes it is like when you're near the Pale, everything starts fading away into like a into like a gray mist.
Weird.
Flipping through the book, have you taken any walks?
Maybe?
Through, and on your walks, do you stop to meditate on the nature of your being?
No, I don't.
You need to do that.
There actually
It's
is
important for
concept
opening
art.
up your archaeogenous zones.
There actually is concept art of like a worker in like traversing into the Pale.
I see.
If you want me to send it to you.
I would like to see it. What is our archaeogenous zones?
They're a series of psychic nodes located throughout your body. Unfortunately, the stresses of modern life often cause us to close off our archaeogenous zones, which can result in all manner of physical and psychic ailments.
I don't want psychic ailments.
Regular meditation in the Pale, however, can help to open up these zones, permitting the free flow of psychic energy throughout the body.
Well, they do, very much so. I meditate all the time.
And when you meditate, are you in the nude?
No.
Nudity is the most important part. Of the many ways modern society prevents our true selves from manifesting, clothing may be the most repressive.
Well, that's a cool picture. Put that in the chat.
So true.
Liz the concept versus Liz the idea. Liz doesn't even exist yet.
Avery,
You probably
I was gonna say,
can't
you
even
could just
take
like
off your
show
pants,
the.
can you?
I was gonna say you could just show the picture on stream because last time I tried linking a wiki image in the chat, the link did not function.
Okay, I'll go through the arduous process of getting this into a way that can be shown on stream. Get that there, put it there, minimize that, put that over there, minimize this, move that over there, window capture,
Envy, Bo, Bainvy.
and then turn off the filter that currently is on it. There we go. A guy going into the Pale. They got a stupid hat, and they got a weird tool object. Pretty art style, though.
Alexander Rostov is such a good artist.
E.
They did, like, I think just about all of the art for this game. Portraits, concept art, even a lot of the world design.
I see.
Because the map is all, I believe, pre-rendered.
Oh. So Liz, you probably can't even take off your pants, can you?
Can you?
We're not wearing pants.
Nor should you. Nudity is shameful. No officer of the law should ever be called sans pantalones.
Oh God, you're right. I can't take my pants off.
That feeling is the weight of society bearing down on you. Until you get out from under it, you will never feel true freedom. Flipping through the book, have you taken any walk? And on your walks, you need to do that. There is regular meditation in the Pale. Good. And when nudity, you probably can't, nor should you. Nudity
I could, but I just don't
shameful.
feel like it.
That feeling is the weight of society. Flipping through the book, have you taken any walks through? And on your walk, you need to do that. There are serious regular meditation.
Okay.
And when you nudity, you nor should you.
I could, but Kim's here.
Your partner is even more repressed than you are. It would do you both a world of good to spend a little more time getting in touch with your bodies. You glance over at the lieutenant, who is standing as usual, with his hands neatly folded behind his back. What he's thinking about, if he's thinking about anything at all, is absolutely opaque to you.
I think if you right-click items, they get automatically unequipped or re-equipped.
Medicinal purposes of the Pale. The cover of this heavy tome.
Now we're ready.
Flipping through the book, have you taken any walks through? And on your walks, Do you stop? You need to do that. There is regular meditation in the path. Good. And when you meditate,
No.
nudity is the most important part of the. You probably can't, nor should you.
Aw.
Nudity is shameful. No
That's cringe. There's not one for like, I'm not even wearing pants.
Pantalones. Your partner, you glance over at the lieutenant, who is standing as usual
Okay.
with.
Put the book away. Next book. Hjemdullermen, the men from Hjemdal.
Wait, put your clothes back on.
Okay. So Hjemdullermen, the man from Heimdall, a classic. On the front piece is an anatomically unrealistic muscle man reaching into the mountain stream, yearning to touch his glimmering mirror image.
Avery,
Yo.
put on your conceptualization gear so you get chime-ins from it.
You're such a bingo bongo bagongo. You know that, right?
I want you to get XP.
How about you experience tranquility?
That's very hard. Also, yeah, I'm pretty sure if you like just right click on items, they get auto equipped maybe.
I
Or
could double click
on
them. Yeah.
Okay.
Shoes. Stylish. Okay, Tim Diller on the boat of Heimdall. Yearning for touch glimmering mirror image. His eyes flow childlike wonder. On the blood-soaked snow right next to him lie two giant Zweihanders.
The cover of this tattered paperback features the man from Yelmdar standing atop a pile of bloody corpses. His two Zweihanders are crossed over his massive chest in a dramatic X, their blades dripping with gore.
Why does the book describe this differently than the book we just... What? Hell yeah.
Behind him rise the harsh, snow-capped peaks of his native Northlands. In bold red letters, the title, Hjemdallerman, the man from Hjemdal, unfurls like a banner. In the foreground, a nearly nude woman lies spread in supplication, her privates strategically covered by her flowing black hair. These images speak to something burbling deep within you. Quick, find someone or something that needs to be gutted, beheaded, impaled on a spike.
Here's the back cover.
The back blurb reads, his latest adventure serves as the perfect introduction to the savage Hjemdal saga. Meet man from Hjemdal, his faithful blood brother Tyribald, the noble Lord Hrothgar, and some of their most fearsome foes yet, for the Northlands, for Hjemdal.
Hands.
Below, in smaller font, you see the parenthetical, adapted from Man from Hjemdal and the Necromancer's Treasure, Man from Hjemdal, Lord of Hrothgar, and Man from Hjemdal, the Curse of Nacht-Hera.
Nacht-Hera. Here are the first couple pages.
The story opens in media res. The man from Hjemdal and his band of northern reavers are in the bowels of an ancient temple, surrounded by an army of gibbering whites, led by the deathless necromancer. One by one, the brave Northmen fall to the relentless crush of undead, only to join their number as reanimated corpses.
White just means man.
By nightfall, Only the man from Eomdal and his blood brother, noble Tiribol, are left standing against the dead horde. It is an honor to die by your side, brother, Tiribol cries, as his battle axe beheads one of their reanimated comrades.
Wow, they're in trouble now.
9, Tiribald. The man from Heomdal bellows over the army of flesh and bone. Have courage for the Northlands. For Heomdal. He leaps to the mezzanine to face the
Mezzanine.
black-eyed figure.
I like that word.
And like a mad ice bear, whirling twin Zweihanders, Sturm and Drang, he plows through the ranks of the deathless, surrounding the necromancer.
Sturm and Drang are good names for twin swords.
And with deadly finesse, his twin blades scissor the necromancer's head from its body. The undead legions collapse like ragdolls as the dark magic leaves them, and the two Northmen stand alone in their cursed temple, where the bodies of their lost brothers litter the floors.
Skip ahead.
A few chapters later, the man from Heomdal and Tiribald are in a completely different setting, high above an arid desert, riding a pair of griffins that always seem to appear at narratively convenient moments.
Like the Eagles.
This book makes a mockery of the very idea of good plotting, though something tells you coherence was never the point. The Northmen find themselves in the court of a powerful southern king, Lord Hrothgar. The old king beseeches the man from Heomdal to rid his kingdom of the Naktera, a subterranean clan of blind wizards who traded their souls for demonic powers.
Oh, they traded their souls, but not their eyesight. They just happen to all be blind.
The man from Heomdal extracts a high price from the desperate king. He asks land for the homeless desert pygmies living exiled in the kingdom's borderlands. Hrothgar offers the hand of his eldest daughter instead, but the son of winter does not budge.
Hold on, why is Man from Hell not doing any of this?
What do you mean?
Why is he doing all this?
Because the flame of justice burns bright within his chest. Because, above all, he's driven to bring honor to the name of his beloved Heomdal. Because his noble Cutlan blood lusts for glory and conquest. It cannot be denied.
Is that all?
What do you mean, is that all?
Is there anything else to his character?
He is the man from Heomdal, forged in the fury of battle. Death was his sire, and blood his dam. He had but 14 winters when he left his frigid homelands in Cutla to seek glory and honor. That is his character. He doesn't even have a real name. What is inside this man? Or is muscle and bone all he is? Hey, nothing wrong with muscle and bone.
That is true. Nothing is wrong with muscle and bone.
The point is, why should you care about this character? Does he have any inner conflicts? Unspoken motivation? A tragic flaw, perhaps?
Exactly. Where's the tension inside him?
He is the wildest man alive. The only mortal strong enough to wield the twin Zweihanders, Sturm and Drang, whose names mean storm and...
Yes, I get that. He's strong and big and has big swords, but why should I care about his character?
What are you, a book critic?
Yes, I'm a goddamn art cop.
Enough. You're ruining the pacing of the story. Now where did you leave off? Ah yes. What pacing? You skip past a section detailing an elaborate banquet with many
Conceptualization.
toasts, as well as the long and perilous
I like
journey
conceptualization,
from
they're fun.
Hrothgar's keep to the ancient forest of Yesdor, where our heroes infiltrate the Naktera's dire horde.
Yo!
Speaking of conceptualization, do you want to know something terrible I learned when looking up the thoughts and stuff in this game?
Yeah?
You know advanced race theory, the thought you get from Measurehead?
Yeah?
That boosts conceptualization.
We should get that. You never know. Could come in handy.
Well, that would bring your conceptualization up to 6, which would open up the next tier of passive dialogue.
Oh.
Because how passive skill checks work is that you always roll a 6 for them. So, to get to the next threshold, you just have to have your like skill at the right level. Like it goes in twos generally,
I
which is
see.
why 12 is the soft cap for a skill, because that's as high as a skill needs to be to pass all passive thresholds.
I see, I see, I see.
In the center of the great hall stands a blood altar on which a pair of nectera are disemboweling a shrieking peasant, an unholy
happens.
rite that empowers the nectera forbidden magic. As the vile ceremony ends, the sound of steel unsheathing draws the nectera's attention to a pair of cloaked figures standing in the doorway. This is what you came for, isn't it? A climatic bloodletting where men are reduced to muscle and fury. Swiftly, the visitors toss off their cloaks and unsheathe glimmering northern steel. It's the man from Heimdall and his valiant blood brother, Tyribald.
Well, yeah, who else could it
In
be?
an instant, the Nathera summon a horde of gibbering orcanoids who rush our heroes. The hall fills with the clang of blades and the screams of the dying as the floor goes slick with steaming orcanoid viscera.
Oh no.
Oh, for fuck's sake. When the din of battle settles, only the man from Heimdall and Tyribald remain standing. Exhausted and dripping with the entrails of their foes, the two Northmen confront the foul Nectera. The man from Heimdall's soda-like blue eyes fill with indescribable fury. For the Northlands, he cries, rushing headlong into a desperate melee.
Melee has too many symbols in it. Gotta be
What?
kidding me. This was exactly the same as the first scene, even the word gibbering is used twice.
In the first scene, the man from Heimdall fought a powerful necromancer and his army of the dead. Now he's confronting a pair of Nectera and their horde of orcanoid thralls. The two couldn't be further apart.
Okay, fine, what happens next?
An excellent question. One easily answered by purchasing the next thrilling chapter in the Heimdallaman saga, Heimdallaman at the Gates of Tomorrow. The last page of this one merely reads, "To be continued."
Exciting.
Considering the sheer amount of different Heimdallaman books out there, it's very unlikely you're ever gonna find the sequel. The man from Heimdall stares at you on the cover, his face fixed in grim resolve.
Now let's do the other answers.
You know the story by heart at this point. Nothing new or remarkable catches your eye. You know the story by
Oh
heart
no!
at this point. Nothing new or remarkable catches your eye.
Wow,
What?
for one.
Let
The
me read
man
it
from-
again!
You know the story. You know the
But I
story
want-
by heart at this point.
That's actually kind of lame that
Nothing
it doesn't
new
let
or
you read it
remarkable.
again.
I want to see what the physical instrument answer would have been if I was all excited about the meat and bone.
Yeah, no, that's weird. That's like the one book that you're not allowed to reread. That's weird.
Liz, find me the dialogue for what happens if I went down the physical instrument route of that. Well, this is the first time like my decision was ever split between the two things I care about: answering things with the red answers of the physical instrument, like the physical skills, and conceptualization, my pride and joy. I went with conceptualization because, art cop. But I for once had an opportunity to do something in the red that people don't normally do. I want to know what it says. Go look up what it says. Find it for me.
I'm going.
I'm crying. I'm pissing and shitting and coming. I'm crying.
Quick. How do you? Wait, no, Avery.
What?
You got to put a point into logic so you can progress your side quests.
Magnesium-based life form. The litany of contact Mike.
Avery. Hey.
Bankruptcy sequence. Homosexual underground. Date of birth generator. I like that there's both aces high and aces low. Yum the million. But one more door. Dorm board more.
Also, could you go to your inventory quick so I could see how Hyamdalaman is spelled?
HJELMDALLERMANN. The room floods and only putting a point in logic frees Liz. Would I put a point in logic if it saved Liz's life from imminent doom? It's a tough call, really. Just chilling out.
I've got nothing to say to you. What you want is of no significance, officer. Aggressive, you make your living enforcing violence.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects. Just dock workers. We've talked to Everard Clare. We know who these men are. The Union's militant wing.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguards.
Fuck yeah.
Tall, broad-shouldered man takes a sip of his beer.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders.
Ooh. Hey, free.
Yo.
So, there's a website out there that lets you, that contains all dialogue text in Disco Elysium, all just on one website you can search through.
Nifty.
I'm gonna screenshot something quick.
Yeah. Let me see. Let me take a look-see. Let me take a peek. Take a pick-a-rooney. Take a little squeak.
This doesn't answer your question because I'm having a little bit of a hard time navigating the site. But look at this bit of Half-Light text you can apparently get while reading the book.
From Hamdall. As the vowel ceremony ends, the sound of steel and sheathing draws the Nactera's attention to a pair of cloaked figures standing in the doorway. What is that? That is what you came for, isn't it? Climactic bloodletting, where men are reduced to muscle and fury. That requires 4.5. No, beautiful naked people fucking in the bush is what you came for. Sweat, cocks, and titties, please.
Why is Half-Light the one to say that?
Half-Light is down is DTF.
Why is that Half-Light dialogue? That feels like something electrochemistry would say.
Look, the body knows two things. How to fight and how to fuck. And
Also,
how to feed.
If there are any skills you would ever boost for more dialogue, Half-Light is one that I kind of recommend, because apparently Half-Light has some of the most dialogue out of any skill, which surprises me.
Now I could do that, or I can get one more door.
But no, for this level I do recommend logic so you can progress your side quests.
Let's.
Okay, so should I talk to these boys, these men, these guys, these dudes, these boys, these men, these guys, these dudes, these boys, these men, these guys, these dudes?
So, the thing with the Hardy Boys is that they're people you're going to talk to, like, several times. So there's really nothing wrong with talking to them at least once. Because you come back to them,
This is where
like,
you say
at least,
your
like,
bit.
4 or 5 times.
Should have made points at you with a beer can.
He's used to giving orders and having them obeyed immediately. You should not indulge him.
Detective,
Acknowledges you with a sharp note. He's leaving it to you.
Precinct 57's finest scans the room, leaving the speaking to you. He trusts you, maybe against his better judgment, but he does.
Don't say anything yet.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
Cross your arms.
What, is he fucking kidding? This guy high or something?
Hey, asshole, up here. We're talking to you.
we are looking for Titus Hardy.
And turns to the broad-shouldered man at the end of the table. First, we need to talk about your attitude.
Wow. The RCM sent us some big dick cops.
Yeah, and you're gonna have to deal with that big dick if you don't answer our fucking questions.
Real big dick cops. Look at them. Reckless. Swinging in the wind.
Something's gonna be swinging, all right.
Yeah, look at the big dick on that cop. Can't tell a dick that big what to do.
Exactly my point. I'm glad everyone agrees on the size of my cock.
It
Must be
is
something in the water in general.
Yeah, gave him real nice big dicks.
You guys need a room?
Yeah. Anyways.
You might
He
want to
wraps it
start
up.
asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
Scan the room.
No. I's here. You got business with my boys. You got business with me.
Yeah, you fuck with the Hardy Boys, you fuck with Titus Hardy.
Shouts the scrawny rat-faced man. 2 teeth missing in the front. Shanky.
Relax, Dennis. No one is fucking you yet.
Says the 40-something man from the corner with a plectrum hanging from his neck.
Yeah, Dennis, calm down. No one's fucking you, you stupid fuck.
A blonde man in his 30s agrees.
Let Dennis enjoy his fucking, man. We don't mind.
You notice gang tattoos. The man must either be Mesk or a Sarmerizian.
Yeah. You're not even being fucked, Dennis.
That guy in the middle is a little chuckle.
Easy, fellas. We got company. Let's see what brings the cop around.
Too late. You already scanned the room. You got a pretty good picture.
Picture of what?
Of the actors here. You could take another look at the tracks in the mud on the crime scene. Compare it to these guys.
Talk to Joyce. The Mercury hanged. His friends are coming for you.
Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad mates from Crenell.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
There's snickering in the room. Some of the men put their beers down.
Nervous snickering. There's a rush of adrenaline present.
Yes, they're forming some kind of tribunal, and they're coming for you.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands. Other people start doing it too.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
You are 7 people currently sitting inside of a cafeteria, and they are people with automatic weaponry. You are not going to win this encounter.
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district behind us. And Glenn. Glenn is fucking crazy.
Is Glenn immune to high-caliber rifle fire?
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
Punches Blondie on the shoulder.
The mood is on the rise. They're feeling confident, ready to punch out the whole Merc platoon.
The mercenaries are armed with automatic weapons! I'm glad that there's an option for the thing I've been saying repeatedly.
Yeah.
We got weapons of our own. We got Ester 50s, Zilagars, Glenn's got a knock cannon at home.
Will they pierce ceramic armor?
I guess we're gonna see, aren't we?
See what? That they don't?
Yeah, like you've been up against ceramic armor.
The bear to bite his time and try to get the last word in.
You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing, and it didn't make him immortal. We got weapons of our
Well,
own.
if Glenn has a knock cannon at home, I guess you'll be alright.
Thing has 7 barrels, 1 trigger. You do the math.
7 barrels and 1 trigger. So what you're saying is if you miss, you have to take, like, an hour to reload all 7 barrels? So you really gotta hope that that thing actually pierces the armor, my dude! This Krenel's bad news, you know that, right?
So are the local gangs, the fucking Barmy Army, and the Madre scum. You've been out there. Seen any around?
Yeah. Where are they now, huh? Sent back to Madre in an airtight cargo crate.
These people are trained military professionals with decades of combat experience. They are not a gang or a barmy army.
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. We know more about them than you think.
You said they've gone rogue. Nobody's controlling them.
Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let them loose in the city. What do you think is gonna happen?
He's really prepped himself up for this. He has to keep the fear in check.
Okay. Continue with a shrug.
What do you mean, okay?
I mean, okay, they're gonna wipe you the fuck out, Tayez. I mean, okay, you got this. You got the numbers. Okay, be on your side when they come. You got one more gun on your side. Once I find mine, I lost it. I mean, okay, I guess I'll be gunning you down right alongside them.
I think you can only say one of these.
I know, it makes it a tough choice. Let's see what we've said so far. He's really prepped himself for this. He has to keep the fear in check. So we kind of have to play into the fact that they're actually afraid. Like, 'cause as I said, like, the other check was basically saying, like, the laughter was actually nervous.
Yeah.
So, like, we can't bolster their confidence. We can't be like, you got numbers. I can't be like, I'm not going to be on your side. Because, like, I need you to know that you guys are fucked. So it's either they're going to wipe you the fuck out, or I will be shooting you as well.
I would not say 5, personally.
They're going to wipe you the fuck out, Titus.
No, they won't. Get out of here with your negative energy.
He really doesn't like you ruffling their feathers like that on what might be the eve of battle.
All he means is that the situation is serious.
No wonder you cops get shot to shit every day. Can't go to war with an attitude like that.
I feel like I should have done the option of shooting, of saying, I'm going to shoot you. It would have been funny. Namely because I wonder if they'd respond with, like, oh yeah, with what gun? The man hanged in the backyard. Did you do it?
So, you're not just here to swing your big dick. You're here for the pretty boy. A real looker, that one. Stinks like shit, too.
They couldn't get him down, boss. He's still up there, stinking up the place.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Why is there a container belt around the dead man's neck?
Container belt? Like we use in the harbor?
Yes, why?
Because we took it from the harbor where we work. Then we went out back and used it to hang him.
As he speaks, his fists contract, going through the pulling motion again, savoring it.
We did this together, all of us, until he was dead. That's why there's a container belt around his neck.
So you just confessed to murder?
Goddamn right.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened so that you don't waste any more of your time.
They're playing to their considerable strength in numbers. Don't talk about arresting them. You'll only bring attention to your inability to do so.
How did you kill him?
We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious, Copper?
No, because as stated by the Sunday Friends account, it did not seem like he was struggling. If he died due to the strangulation and hanging, he presumably would have been alive before that and been struggling, or at least woken up at some point due to, adrenaline.
Yeah, the Sunday Friend said it was weirdly quiet.
Yeah. I don't think these guys actually killed him. They were definitely probably under orders to hang up the body to at the very least make it look like it was a union hanging. And I think they're just relying on the fact that they're the Hardy Boys and they're extremely tough, that no one's going to question their claim about it.
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
You're pretty sure you've had at least 2 years of cop school and many more of active service.
Yeah, about 18.
Certainly enough to not put up with this backsass. Deliver a knockdown observation.
We need more. Did you muffle him? We haven't heard any reports of screams. Yeah.
Titus, you don't have to clarify anything.
We overpowered him, dragged his unconscious body to the tree, put a noose around his neck, and hanged him till he was dead and steady.
So you claim that he was unconscious, that you guys knocked him unconscious beforehand. Why? If you're going to just openly admit that you killed him, what benefit did you have to doing that the first way? Why not kill him immediately where you were?
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
Wasn't he a trained killer from the Orani Special Forces? I guess then how did you manage to overpower him?
With numbers, asshole. How do you think? You're right, Lizzie. I've done enough explaining here.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Where did this overpowering happen?
Right fucking here. The fucker pranced in here like he owns the place. Got what was coming to him.
That would mean that Gart would be able to attest whether or not that actually happened, because Gart's the only person who's been Gart and the other woman are the only people who's been working here.
Titus lets the others clear out the details, so he doesn't get his hands muddy with explaining too much.
I can get back to this question, right?
I think so.
I have a question about the lynching.
Like what?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Why did you kill him?
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town.
Just a mercenary. That's it?
And he stepped out alive.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Kohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
How do you even know he was in Special Forces? That's a question we already know the answer to, but what did he do that was actually wrong?
Wrong? He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
Wipes spittle from his mouth.
There's slight unease in him, suddenly. He regrets mentioning the rape.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates. if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. And that was before he started coming
Interesting.
here.
Well, if you rape someone, we might have written.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. He started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grab one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
That explains why Gart stopped letting people do karaoke.
He grabbed someone?
Just trying to make sense of this flood of information.
Yeah, this girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Was it the same girl who was sexually assaulted? Raped, you said?
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
Right, but who did he rape then? This is a very serious allegation.
No, you're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter, and I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
Despite the stonewalling, you can slip one more question in.
I'm going to ask one last time. Who did the dead man rape?
Titus, do not answer. You have been forthcoming enough.
Fuck off, Carl. She's gone through enough without you harassing her too. She doesn't need more embarrassment.
What are you talking about? Embarrassment. If someone has been sexually assaulted, we need to...
What you need is to get the fuck out of my face. I've had enough of explaining myself to you fucks. He's dead. It's done.
As you can see, these men can only take so much baseless scrutiny. I'm doing my best to keep the situation civil, but...
Oh, slow head shake.
It won't be for long, she means.
When did this hanging incident occur?
You don't have to answer any of his questions.
But it'd be nice.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
How long had you known the victim?
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Do you not know what the word known means?
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
A bunch of violent hoodlums. Carry on.
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier? A representative for White Pines? The same company you are striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what?
I like that I'm shining a flashlight at, like, this entire, like, thing. Like, the actual interrogation.
Yeah.
Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
Who called the shots that night?
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy Boy without arresting all Hardy Boys.
Okay, I will arrest 7 people as accomplice to murder. Accomplice to murder is its own crime, even if you don't get the murderer.
Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
Yes, I have put my points into the red stat.
Titus, keep addressing him. He wants everyone to know he's in charge.
No, but seriously, who calls the shots around here?
Who do you fucking think does?
Let's see. Titus, you do. You give the commands. But Elizabeth, I thought she did. The biggest animal dominates the herd. I'm guessing it's the big one. Not the Birdman. Gangs are usually run by the oldest, most venerable members. One in the harbor. Everett Clare runs the union. You answer to him, right? So there are 2 funny answers here. Pointing at Elizabeth, or pointing at Everett Clare.
To me, I think the funniest one is just pointing at Fat Angus. The biggest animal dominates the herd.
Well, yeah, obviously that's the funny answer, but I mean, like, in terms of actually, like, prodding at his insecurity here.
Hmm.
Ricardo runs the union. You answer to him, right?
You keep him the fuck out of this. We have autonomy. It's all on us. Evrard runs the union. I run the Hardy Boys.
When Titus Hardy says he runs the Hardy Boys, he means that in an administrative capacity. On that night, everyone acted as one man. Are you deaf? Do you think...
Titus, keep
I
addressing
I don't have
He
to.
wants
One of them was more complicit than the others.
That's for the courts in Les Jardins to decide. Not for the officer making an arrest. Which we all know you won't be. What you can do right now is go back to your station and write a report.
No. We'll stay here and discuss what happened that night.
Are you deaf? Do you think...
Titus, keep...
Who do you fucking think
You do.
does?
You give the commands.
That's right, asshole. Titus Hardy runs the Hardy Boys. Ain't that so, fellas?
So you're in charge of the murder?
I think you got your answer, Mr. Law.
I am the law. I've been introducing myself as that a lot.
No. You did not get an answer. Titus does administrative work. He pushes paper, fills out forms. The others can't read. But on that night, they all acted
others
as
can't
one man.
read.
Are you deaf? Do you think...
Titus, keep...
Who do you fucking think does?
The biggest animal dominates the herd. I'm guessing it's the big one.
The sweaty man turns red and looks first down, then around him, apologetically.
It's not the fat ass. Titus runs the Hardy Boys, genius. That's why we're called the Hardy Boys. Ain't that right, fellas?
I think you got your answer, Mr. Law.
Yes, there
Is
are
there a
some
Mrs. Law?
administrative differences. But on that night, they all acted as one man. Are you deaf? Do you...
Titus, keep...
Who do you fucking think does?
You, the oldest one. I didn't even see this guy get introduced. You want an annoyed cough that reached his pocket for another cigarette.
Theo's a great guy. A great guy, but come on. Titus Hardy runs the Hardy Boys. That's
Wasn't
why
Theo like the
we're called
previous
Hardy
like
Boys,
person running it though?
Yeah.
I think you got your answer, Mr. Law.
Yes, there are some admin... Are you deaf? Do you think...
Titus, keep...
Who do you fucking
I thought
think
she did.
does?
It wasn't a question, dickwad. How fucking stupid are you?
This asshole is worse than... Titus runs the Hardy Boys, genius. That's why we're called the Hardy Boys. Ain't...
I think.
Yes, there are some administrative...
You murder him just like that? No remorse?
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
3.
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
Yes, but these were all bad people, criminals on the earth. Look, I'm just doing my job, that's all. We do is different. We enforce law. You just kill people like it's nothing. Honestly, I drink so much I can't really remember anyone I've signed behind bars.
Oh no.
Look, I'm just doing my job.
Oh, so you are just a simple, well-meaning man, eh? Ever been in solitary? Prison is a charter. That's what it is.
I'm sorry, do I look like the fucking judge? Do I look like I put rule of sentences? My job is to figure out who committed a crime and then take those people to the courts, then let the courts fucking handle it. I don't figure out whether or not a person gets solitary or not. It's not even my fucking purview of job. I don't send people to solitary. I send people to court, where the court then sends them to solitary or to regular prison or lets them go. That's not my purview of a job. That's like saying like a bus driver is a person that like takes you to the fucking beach, and so the bus driver's at fault if you drown in the ocean. Like, no, that's not how it works.
Corn.
He's clearly been in solitary confinement, and at a young age, nonetheless.
So is hanging a man, slowly, without breaking his neck.
I don't engage with the old man Yowie. I just send people to witness the old man Yowie.
How many people?
Or send them to reunion to rot.
These are all bad people, criminals, scum of the earth.
Rest assured, lawman. None worse than our guy. He got what was coming to him. How many people have you...
Or send them to reunion to
It was
rot.
different. We enforced the law.
But you see, a law, lawman, is something people agree upon. And here in Martinez, we agreed that this man had to die.
I feel like this would cause problems if I said this right now.
Yes,
We
that
hanged
ends
him
the
up
thing.
by his neck until he got...
You're pretty sure. Certainly enough to not put up with this backsass. Deliver a knockdown observation.
Maybe wrap it up instead?
I feel like if I conclude questioning, will I be able to get back to these questions?
No, I think you might be stuck in this
You're pretty
dialogue
sure.
tree.
Certainly enough to not put up with this backsass.
Titus.
We over...
Then we left him for seagulls,
Well,
maggots.
I have a
and
42% chance to figure this out. Let's hope for
Yeah.
double 12 points.
Yeah.
Yes.
Solid as a rock. And so are a few others. But
First, tell me who's solid.
Elaine, who looks like he might be Titus's right-hand man, the least antsy of the bunch. Definitely not his first time being questioned by the police. This little rat-faced fellow is solid, too. Always fidgety, yes, but no change there.
That man right there.
Him neither. Mostly keeps to his tomato juice, or whatever he's got there.
Who's cracking under the pressure? This one. He's sweating profusely and has difficulty breathing. He's finally kept him out of the conversation thus far. Definitely the weakest link in the chain.
A single sentence would wear him out. He can't take the length of the questioning. Keep it going long enough, and he'll crack.
Hey you! Turn to the big guy. You have trouble breathing over there.
No.
Looks up startled, his forehead shining from sweat. A few coiled locks are peeking out from under his warm woolen hat.
Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at how fucking fat he is.
Makes the big guy burst out laughing.
Fuck off, Shanky. Angus is a powerful guy. All muscle.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
It's like you're not telling me.
And fuck you, too, copper. Picking on Angus like this. We're done with this schoolyard shit. And just so you know, he doesn't have trouble breathing.
His all-muscle comment wasn't sarcastic. He's genuinely trying to look out for Angus. This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the night of the murder. Not yet.
So we now know that the weakest link is the big guy. But I don't think there's anything else I could do in this line of conversations.
Yeah.
Like what, copper?
Are you there? Do you think...
Titus.
Who do you fucking think?
The sweaty man turns red and look.
It's not the...
I think.
Yes, there are some
Okay.
administrative
Yeah, I think
differences.
you've gotten all you've
But on
gotten out
that
of this.
night, they all acted as one man.
So do I attempt to arrest him?
Do you want me to say what happens?
I assume things don't go well for me?
You get a game over.
Do they just, like, murder me?
It's implied that yes, they do just kill you.
So, what are we going to do now?
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus.
I already spent, like, 5 days here doing random odd jobs. I'm seeing through this thing to the end.
I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder, even if it is a group responsibility. We're going to look into this.
La responsabilité?
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us, real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
Forget about their games. You've mapped out the characters. Reading the footprints in the yard should be easier now.
I'll talk about the hanging again.
Again, just get the dead guy's autograph, since you're his biggest fan.
Good one, Titus.
No more questions.
About fucking
Okay, so you
time.
could go back to that dialogue. I assumed by conclude you wouldn't be able to.
He never talked. He promised you'd cooperate.
What is your...
So you went and talked to my mommy, and now she's making me play with you. Is that it, lawman?
What was that, Liz?
I was gonna say you could check what the percentage is on that authority check after this dialogue.
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on us?
I would never tell on someone.
I would, though.
He says as casually as if it weren't as you commenting on the weather.
Typical Beano Claude. Always a tattle.
Yeah, come on, Kim, be cool. The Hardy Boys are chill.
Everard sent word you two would be around again. That's the only reason I'm being so forthcoming with you. Don't wear it out.
A 17% chance. +2. Everyone said asked to cooperate. +2. Warned about the tribunal. +1. Standard Weirll die. Cool.
Why does that give you a +1?
Because it's the die applies to random checks, including checks I've not gotten to yet.
So establishing authority will progress the main investigation.
Okay. I found someone who saw the hanging. A witness.
A witness? You ain't got shit. The locals would never come to you with this.
Funny, because he's not local.
That's just contactis, Titus. Next, he's gonna tell you one of us already roll on the others, and he's in witness protection.
My witness isn't local.
Well, let's hear it then. Who is your mystery fella?
I feel like giving the exact name and address to this guy might not be for the best, since, officially speaking, you shouldn't say that. But, I feel like the best thing is that you don't reveal who your witness is to the people who committed the murder, presumably. Who he is irrelevant.
It's like you said, Al. Copper's coming up with this on the spot. There is no witness.
I've seen this shit a million times, Titus. Fly fishing. They are desperate. Tell us, Copper, what wacky claims did he make?
The witness said the end is here. The great undoing. We will all be vapor. The witness of the hanging went down very quietly. No shouting, no commotion. Then he saw two people of Europedrite descent in one mess. The witness said it all looked like a surreal play. I kind of really want to say this because it's fucking insane. The witness at the end is here. The great What?
2 is factual, though.
Yes, but this one's funny.
Maybe you'll be able to redo the dialogue tree.
The hanging went down very quietly. No shouting, no commotion.
It's you assholes that feel the need to go around like a fucking brass band. The Hardy Boys are dead silent.
You guys are showing that pretty well right now.
Yeah. It's like they put cowbells on you before they send you to the streets. What's with the cowbells, policeman?
Damn, they wormed their way out of it somehow. Try something else if you can.
The witness said the end is here. The great undoing. We will all be vapor.
Vapor, huh? Well, that checks out at least.
Glenn's at a lane.
For the record, which I have to type up later tonight, no apocalypse-related testimony was provided to us by the witness.
Check out the stand-up comedians the RCM has. When are we gonna get funny men like that?
The witness said it all looked like a surreal play.
That means absolutely nothing to me. Sounds like some made-up horse shit.
It means the whole scene was long and drawn out, like it was from a film.
What is this fella's problem? Sorry we didn't make it more action-packed. It wasn't the first thing on our minds, you see?
Shanky. It's Shanky, right? I thought there's something wrong about the lynching story. Now I know there was.
You don't know shit.
I know you are lying, Shanky.
Witness said he saw two people, a rope of straight descent and one in mask.
Arab guy? Boss, I think he's trying to say me and Theo.
Well, yeah. What is confusing you? Eugene, Theo, and Elaine were there too. I already told you. We were all there.
Actually, nothing.
Great witness.
Okay, maybe it doesn't feel like this did anything to them, but they have to be fretting a little. Everyone is afraid of witnesses. Witness is a scary word.
Hell yeah.
You could always wait. You could always wait till like after you've done stuff like get the body down or things like that before establishing authority.
So I'm able to do this again at any point?
Yeah, it's a white check. Like I said, the Hardy Boys are ones you have to come back to multiple times.
Okay.
And I'm just saying this because the passing the authority check does progress the investigation.
So you think I should check the body before I do the pass the investigation? This checker.
Yeah. Mostly because like doing more things does give you more modifiers to that check.
One more door.
More like one more snore. Got him. Yeah, level up in logic so you can...
But it only has one.
Well, yeah, but it'll reopen the checks. You could do the...
What if I lose it again?
You could always just save scum if you don't want to keep wasting time. Well, that probably sounded rude. I mean, like, just if you don't feel like having to spend more and more points on logic, if you just want to open the checks so you can just get through them. Because it's the signatures for Everart and opening up the church. Those are the two logic checks you got.
Oh, I should go check out the footprints in the dust.
Yeah, that was also why I said to not, like, do the authority check just yet. The boombox music.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by
Wait,
work boots.
you got anything to
anywhere from
boost
6 to 12
Viz
pairs.
Calc?
Visual calculus. Do I have my entire outfit yet, or am I still missing parts of my outfit?
What do you mean?
Like my police outfit.
You have the... No, so far you of the standard RCM officer uniform, you only have the jacket.
I have the RCM patrol cloak, and I have the RCM commander's jacket.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there like a part of the outfit for like each slot?
There's the two jackets, there's a hat, and there's pants.
There are several
Do you have
footprints in
anything
the mud,
that's lowering
left by
his
work
scalp?
boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked
Just like,
here.
just a quick check. Alright. Then yeah, I'd say your Visc calc is about as good as it's gonna get.
Yeah.
There are
All right,
several
big money, no whammies.
Left 8 pairs
Nice.
of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. Where else have we seen a gang of men in work boots? That's right. The Hardy Boys in the mess hall of Welling in Rags.
Or them, one by
Visual
one.
calculus is such a cool skill.
Yeah, if I was doing this in a like the int playthrough of doing the mind skills, I assume I get to see shit like this way more often. This is actually like logicating things out, and not just doing things with the power of violence and threatening like I normally do. Or the one by one.
1. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 46. Just like Titus was wearing in his booth. This is the big dick. Titus Hardy. The one with the ball cap on his head.
Interesting.
Is it? They didn't even bother to change boots. Putting them on the scene is easy. Maybe even too easy.
Continue counting.
2. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 44. Either the blonde muscular guy, Glenn, or the young guy with a plectrum around his neck.
Eugene.
3. Hobnailed work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 43. The inked banger, perhaps. 4. Standard work boot. Number 45 or 46. Theo, the old smoker. You think you even see a tiny fleck of cigarette ash inside the print.
The fact that, like, now it makes a little more sense how you have so many solved cases when you're apparently this good at it.
Yeah? Harry is
5.
canonically
Another
just
standard work boot.
a supernaturally
Reinforced
good cop.
toes. Number 44. Same as before. Either the musician, Eugene, or the muscle-bound blonde, Glenn.
They're just also kind of insane. Normal stuff. This is what autism does to a person.
6. Light as air. Same make of boot, but number 41. Small like a rat. Shanky.
Should have gotten this earlier.
Better late than never, detective. The whole world is dark and the tracks burn in it with strange beauty.
Thanks, Visual Calc.
7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot. Number 46. The imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms. Fat Angus. Carrying something?
Was Angus the one carrying the body?
8. Another standard work boot. Number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole. The right sole is smoother, more worn. Curious. A missing 8th Hardy Boy.
Pattern sole. The right sole is smoother, more worn. Okay, so there's an 8th Hardy Boy that we're missing.
An 8th Hardy Boy who apparently has something weird with their shoes.
If one of your shoes is more worn than the other, there's a couple things it could be, which includes that you walk with a limp. Either that or like with a crutch. So we're looking for somebody who walks weird.
7 sets of tracks, right? The Hardy Boys were here.
8, actually.
That's all? Interesting. Then one of them seems to be missing. Anything else out of the ordinary?
A leader like Titus doesn't let one of his guys out of sight easily, especially at a time like this.
So I presume I can do all of these. But
yeah.
The main one, let's see. Light step number 41 show.
I'm guessing that's the skinny Hardy Boy. The one with his front teeth missing.
In the rat-faced one?
Yes, well, he did look a bit like a rat. You're right. Do you think those prints belong to him?
Yes.
I could still be wrong, but I'm probably not.
Heavy one. 200 kilogram imprint.
200? This could be the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other who's tied up. Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built armored man. Maybe it was a fat Hardy Boy, the one sitting in the middle.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
You're right. The fat guy from the booth was carrying the victim.
Possibly, yes. 200.
He might be right.
Maybe it was a giant.
Maybe it wasn't.
There is real, palpable excitement in his voice at the prospect of it not.
I was thinking it was the giant of Coco Nur.
Mm-hmm. And I was thinking it wasn't the giant of Coconut. Maybe it
There is real.
Maybe it was. Just imagine a giant man, at least 2.5 meters tall.
could have been, but if it wasn't, maybe it was.
There is real.
You're right. It probably wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
Could be one extremely obese person.
The fat guy from the mess hall isn't that obese. He's more like a farm boy. Definitely not 250 kilograms on his arm. You have to admit, he's the best fit we've got. Possibly, yes. I'm guessing that
Fair enough.
maybe you're right and it's someone else. Although I doubt it.
An aberration. One soul is smoother than the other.
Interesting. Let's name it the Old Soul. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the missing Hardy boy. Wonder who he is.
Oh, this one's easy.
Oh,
Way too easy. It's a driver.
that's also a good explanation. I didn't think of that one. Because a person who drives a lot would have to have one of their foot being pressed down on things a lot more often than the other. We're down there, right should be the left, and accelerators on the right. And remember that abandoned lorry cabin we found.
With a piece of sandpaper glued to the throttle.
I did not recall. Oh yeah, that's the one we looked at in the little ring. I completely forgot about that.
This is one of the reasons why I convinced you to start doing 2 streams a week so you remember details more.
Look, usually I'm really good at the details. I just didn't piece that one together. My bad. Just because I'm 99% accurate doesn't mean that 1% doesn't get me sometimes.
I wasn't criticizing you or putting
Oh,
you
I know.
down.
I didn't take it as a criticism. I'm just saying. I believe in my ability to remember things. I know what happened when I started this game about a year ago.
Minky.
Yeah.
Minky.
If I had remembered the detail, there was sandpaper glued to the throttle. That would make the fact one boot's worn down a lot more make way more sense.
Which means that the missing lady driver was also present at the lynching? That's it. She's the Old Soul.
Women. Always deceitful. First the dark lane, now this. How does this rabbit hole go?
Now we know who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation?
This would fit with what Joyce told us, but I don't want to make any assumptions.
Understood. We should still go and see what Titus Hardy has got to say on the matter. This might throw them off, work in our advantage. So, what else?
Now for all the other dialogue in the operation line.
Oh, this one.
With a piece of sand, which means that the missing lady driver
He's also the one
was
running the drug
present
trade.
in-
Interesting.
Now we know who's the missing 8th person at the
The entire
But
unit,
if-
maybe all of Martinez.
could also be
What?
involved in the
If
drug operation.
Logic had pointed that out, I would have recommended to maybe go back and look through the lorry area.
We should start with Titus Hardy. See what he's got to
Using
say
my-
on the matter. Interesting.
These are my girl
With a
powers.
piece of sand,
my
which
wa-
means that the missing lady driver was also
the
present
girl
at the lynching. That's it. She's the Old Soul.
Are you also always deceitful?
No.
That's what somebody who's being deceitful would say.
Yes. Well,
He disregards your things, another one of your outbursts.
now we know who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation?
Those jerks?
We
Definitely.
should see what Titus Hardy has got to say on interest.
Oh,
With a piece of sand, which means that the missing lady now we know who's the missing 8th person.
Well, the lady
at
could
the
have kept the drug trade a secret.
You're right. But we should still go and see what
All right.
Titus Hardy...
How long do you think these
has got
tracks
to-
are?
A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller, who reported the hanging.
it is not impossible.
How do you know?
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashol. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
What do you think happened here?
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffle around, especially under the tree. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lynching.
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree.
So far, so good. Only one thing missing.
It looks like tracks, his face lighting up for the realization.
Of course, there were 8 tracks, but there are only 7 Hardy Boys.
Let him have his moment of joy.
There's one pair missing from the Union box. The 8th pair. I'm going to say it was our old soul.
So the odd soul is present in the lynching, but is in the messel right now.
Yes. I doubt the Hardys are going to tell us much, but we should still confront them about the possible drug trade connection. What do I then have to...
Indeed.
And...
So far, of course.
Which one is missing, do you think? I'm going to say it... Yes.
Point.
I doubt
We've
the
been through all of
Hardys are
it.
going to tell us much.
Yay, education.
Points. That abandoned lorry, I would say to go back to it at some point.
Oh, it's right over here, so...
This found A to Z. The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside, there's something odd about the passenger seat. The seating fabric has been pulled tight over the lower side of the seat where the toolbox should be.
Interesting. Look how all the passenger seat.
Voila! A stack of neatly folded papers has been stashed behind the seating fabric. You see 3 maps depicting a large metropolitan area. It's Revachol. Some of its routes and highways have been outlined with a pen.
Bonne prise.
It commends you as you shift through the treasure, well worn and folded in neat squares. Hold open the topmost map.
This large map displays the elevated motorway called 881.
Okay.
The intake leading to Martinez is marked with a blue X. There's another X on the off-ramp at a place called the Old South.
As compared to the New South.
Toll booths at the intakes.
I'm the Old North.
Circle. It
I
looks
want an
like
old
there are
beer.
Scant few ways of getting onto the elevated motorway that runs over Jamrock, and this person knows them all. There, hundreds of thousands of motor carriages roar on the 881, high above the mass of brown and red roofs that is Jamrock. The commuters don't even look down. The world ceases to exist outside the windshield.
Where does the road lead?
To Kuro, through the middle-income neighborhoods there, by the river, and then to Stella Maris and La Delta for work, while the men and women of Jamrock scuttle to their fates below the road.
Thanks, Shivers. Fold open the second
This
map.
municipal map from the 30s displays a complex system of storm sewers underneath a sub-district called the Pox, old
The Pox.
military hospital, right adjacent to the 41st precinct.
The Pox is a bad place to call a hospital.
No storm will ever drown Revachol, the great solution to the riddle of history.
What? That's a poetic thing to say about the fact that a city has storm sewers.
Wind rips through the empty hallways of the once great military hospital, now just a ruin under an overgrown park. Beneath the hospital, great sewer tunnels hum and vibrate with life of their own.
You know what's stupid? Neon
What?
Genesis Evangelion's city design of Tokyo 3. Because, like, the entire thing about that city is that it has a bunch of buildings that are underground and like raise, they're above ground, but then when, like, there's an emergency, they lower underground and are upside down. Like, they hide, or they, like, come out so that the big robot can come out. But it's like, it's not technically a robot, but, you know. Why aren't they just always underground? Wouldn't that be, like, wouldn't everything being underground just be far safer than having anything above ground? Why would you risk anything being above ground if you know there are giant alien angels coming to kill you?
I imagine if I had to wager a guess, it'd be that having it always be underground would potentially be more maintenance.
then having giant mechanisms designed to lift and lower entire buildings.
Yeah. I only say that because I know cities like New York, like the underground areas have a lot of maintenance with them because, like, for example, if there isn't like sewage and piping systems constantly going, the underground areas would flood with water.
I see.
Dear pesky plumbers, it's me, Kawaru from Neon Genesis Evangelion. I would really like to get to the fucking Lilium. Thanks.
But that's also because like New York is naturally a swamp.
That's fair. There's a lot of places that are naturally a swamp. Like you. Yeah. Got him. Anyways, what is that sound?
The rattle of motor carriages and lorries driving through long-forgotten tunnels, lit by gas lights.
I feel like having gas lights on is a bad idea in a tunnel.
The final map displays a labyrinth of service tunnels left over from the construction of Motorway 881. A few routes have been marked with a pen, where the tunnels and sewers surface near the eminent domain, and a traffic island in central Jamrock by the lake.
I like how everyone just has a Brooklyn accent for all of Creed's impressions. You do know I'm doing that part on purpose, right? Like, I'm just putting on my Bowser voice and just pretending to be characters who aren't Bowser.
I heard you apparently had a moment on your last stream where you just kept saying "Dear pesky plumbers" over and over and over again.
Do not watch the latter half of my final Mario 64 Decades Later stream. Be back in a second. I got a phone call. Sorry, that was my sister telling me that she was getting out of her work. I thought she wouldn't be out until midnight, so that's a half an hour earlier than I expected.
Do you want to pause and...
Let me get through this chalk first. But yeah, like, for the entire latter of that stream, I had nothing to say. Like, I could not think of any conversation topics for that latter part of that stream. And so I just started doing terrible impressions of Mario and Luigi and Bowser and so on and so forth. And apparently my voice for Mario and Bowser sound very similar. It's like, hey Luigi, it's me, Mario. And then it's, dear pesky plumbers. You can tell the difference, right? They're different voices. One starts with dear pesky plumbers. I have more than one voice. I had Luigi. Mario, it sounds like this. This is the voice for Luigi. Hello, my name is Luigi. I have a mansion and whatnot. Wah! Of course, it's like, wah, I'm gonna win. And wah, I'm gonna win. That's Wario and Waluigi. And then you have like, wah, I'm gonna win. That's Peach.
What about Daisy?
Wah, I'm gonna win. That's Daisy.
Daisy.
These service tunnels were probably used during the construction of the foundation beneath the motorway.
I assume this is involved in a drug trading, line.
It means that the smugglers are secretly using the motorway to transport their goods and materials. They've infiltrated the East Motor Tract, most likely.
I squeeze.
DRC patrols most of these auxiliary roads, though apparently not all of them.
It's funny how common it is that, like, I have seen both of you and other streamers, that, like, you will say something and then the game will, like, confirm it or respond to to it.
That's
as if the game is somehow able to read your thoughts.
Well, yeah, that's usually good game design. Like, if a game reveals information before you figure it out, then it feels like you're not really solving anything. And if you figure out things hours before the game actually reveals it, it feels like it's being unnecessarily obtuse. You kind of want the game to reveal information to you at about the same time you understand the information as well. That way it feels like you're on the ball.
Obstacles.
Where does this contraband end up?
Hard to say. This distribution network looks certainly large, yet still vague enough. It doesn't reveal much about the besmerti behind it.
I don't know what besmerti means. Besmerti, that sounds vaguely familiar.
The besmerti is a Revacholian crime syndicate. They see themselves as the inheritors of the 14 Revacholian Indo-tribes. But really, they're just violent gangs vying for control
It happens
of
to
the
the
west
best.
side of Revachol.
Sorry, was you get some water?
With cool names, like La Puta Madre and Aura Masta. It's a dark parody.
I can't remember what puta means. I feel like I know what that word is supposed to be. I don't recall. Madre means mom, though. Who do you think is behind this?
It's definitely not the Union. They just do some logistics. This operation has spread everywhere in Jamrock. If it's that widespread, then Madre remains the most likely suspect.
Oh, puta madre means motherfucker. I'll understood.
Here's bad news. There have been attempts at a serious investigation before, but they haven't ended well for those involved.
Reasonable.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is a brave man for saying Madre's name without the winces and whispers that usually accompany it.
Noted.
Especially bad news for cops who may have something in their past they don't even know is there.
Thanks, Half-Light.
Somewhere on a hidden field,
a
flash of light, a whirring sound. Camera lenses focus on a man in a ragged police uniform, standing in a field of blood-red poppies. A blurry figure dressed in white stands right by the camera.
Somewhere on a hidden field, a flash of light, a whirring sound. Camera lenses focus on a man in a ragged police uniform, standing in a field of blood-red poppies. And a blurry figure dressed in white stands right by the camera.
The bedraggled cop is holding a manure fork. "Don't hurt me," he whimpers. But why? Why would I hurt my own peon? Asks the man in white. What kind of an animal would do such a thing?
What the fuck are you saying, Esprit de Corps?
It's flashing to a scene where a cop is seemingly being tortured by La Puta Madre.
I see. Yeah, well, yeah, I figured it was just like... It's very flowery. Return the stack of papers on the seat.
Best not to disturb the scene. I'll have forensics go over the lorry and pick this up later.
The stack of maps looks just like before, barely noticeable. The movie stars look silently by, and the pull-out toolbox has a rubber handle worn from years of use. Looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been removed.
Missing key.
The missing lady.
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least. Doesn't look like it. It's completely... For contacting... Looks like we're...
A 20-kilometer radius at least. Perhaps extended by an attachable antenna that's not here right now.
Antennas?
The ghostly actresses, and the rusty toolbox under the driver's seat, and the oddly bulging seat cover. Close the rusty old lorry door.
Fascinating.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece.
Interesting. Hey!
Lower. You caught me at an opportune moment.
What?
This awful weather keeps me awake. You can entertain me with your questions.
Oh, I was just saying AV because the holding the boom box keeps making that music play.
And what is that?
Nothing. No need to be direct.
Some jamboree you turn out to be. You have about a third of the jawline of Gabriel Buenguerro, and none of the balls.
It's so annoying when the game gives you morale damage for backing out of something like that.
Of course not. To truly understand the boyadero.
The woman sways her wrinkled shell back and forth. A strange
Wasn't
grin
there something I needed to
crosses her
ask
face.
a person who did it was from the medical book, I assume. Do you have drugs?
Diamonds? Of course not. Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine. Is that all you wanted to know, Lowman?
Do you have any ginger? Perhaps, like...
Oh, the making the thing with the pale book? I don't think you can.
Aw.
I think that's just kind of a flavor text for the book.
That's kind of cringe. Well, I probably should go get my sister. We've only been streaming for 2:15. If I get back, it might take a little bit longer than that. Like, would people be okay staying up that late for this game? Because I know, like, this is one you kind of need to, like, pay attention to with details, especially since we're actually going to be getting into the case proper. What?
You've done 7-hour streams before.
I know, but I worry about games like this where it's, like, actually trying to pay attention.
You've done 20-hour streams before.
Look at Kim's shadow.
You've done 1,000,000-hour streams before.
Okay, well, in that case...
You've done 1,000,000,000-hour streams before. You have streamed for entire days, weeks, months, years.
In that case, Liz, you're gonna need to entertain the chat while I go and be right back.
I was actually going to ask if you wanted to, like, pause the stream.
What do you mean, pause?
Well, because I also needed the BRB.
Okay, I put up a BRB screen, but then just entertain the chat. If you take it as long as you need. Alright, be right back, chat. There'll only be like 30 minutes.
BRB also chat. Yeah. I'm back. Oh, I see Avo is still gone. In 30 squish minutes. So how are y'all doing, chat? Are you excited that we're making progress today? I finally browbeat Avery into doing the story. That body may finally leave the Tweed. Avery did kind of scrumble things because it's yeah, it's currently midnight in game, but thankfully doing everything with the body is not tied to any specific time. It's available all night. So is doing the side quest they still have available, also not tied to a specific time, so they could still make quite a lot of progress without ending the day. There are not limited days in this game, but like the game kind of tries to trick you into thinking there's a limited amount of time, but you can theoretically just go as long as there are conversations and things to be had. But you generally do finish the game within like an in-game week. Because even if you like try to as close to 100% as you can get in a like single playthrough, you still generally don't get past like so many days. Like, I know in my original playthrough, I think I ended the game on day 8, but that was also because I didn't realize there were things you could do even after you hit nighttime. Oh, how's it? How's it been rough, Turquoise Simmons? And stream is paused because Creed is picking up their sister from work, I believe. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Turquoise Simmons. Is very unfortunate.
Video games? Gaming? 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 Video... Chat! Liz! What has chat been saying? There's so much talking in the chat, what the fuck? Hello. Okay, Billy's talking about politics.
Haley,
What?
I give you a hug.
I'm throw you in a lake. Oh yeah, Bricadia came out today. Highly recommend playing the playtest of it came out today. Highly recommend playing it. Very fun game. Free demo. Why stream? Because I wasn't here.
Yeah, apologies for not really being able to entertain chat much during the BRB.
Oh, you don't gotta apologize. They should feel more entertained.
Again, this is why I am not the streamer.
True. Goo. Guga Gucha.
Avery Gooey.
Blizzard Blizzard D. Now, I could put a skill point into logic to go talk to them. I guess that would be the best case scenario. Ugh.
Yeah, so you can open up the church and do the thing that the signature thing. So unfortunately, because it's like midnight in game, you won't be able to go back to the Hardys until you like sleep and go back in the morning, because they do go to bed.
Other than it just fades in with that music sometimes.
Yeah. I would recommend
The sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast.
saving
What's
first.
on your mind?
And then take a look at the documents again after putting on logic stuff.
Logic. More like Bogic. More like sausage.
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 Avery, what if I give you a sausage?
I don't want a sausage.
No sausage?
I have no need for a sausage.
A sausage.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope.
There is literally no way in which I fail this check.
And the zoning plan. There is no loophole.
Hey.
The simple truth is, the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door.
Wait, what are the ramifications of this?
Once the construction starts, It'll probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this. After that, they'll sell their property for cheap and move out.
Look, Kim. These people are gonna have to move away. Can we do something about it?
I should have seen it. Evrard probably has eyes on us, but we could try to get other people to sign this instead of those listed. Or you could forge their signatures yourself. By the time he finds out, we'll already be gone.
So yeah, for getting signatures to build the youth center, you can either, get their signatures, you can forge it, or you can find someone else to sign the document instead, to also screw it up.
So we want to fuck up the plan by trying to forge the information or try to do things?
Yeah, either by... So, do you think the fishing village and stuff should be... do you think these people should be evicted to make room for a youth center?
No, because youth centers are notoriously terrible ideas.
Then yeah, you can either forge it, or you can ask around the fishing village, see if maybe somebody else wants to sign it, and thus screwing it up, because it won't be the right person signing it.
Well, I think I can't really talk to anyone because it's at night, but,
No, everybody in the fishing village except for the kids is still out at night.
Yeah, but I wanted to talk to the kids.
Well, think Avery.
I mean, not even the old woman is here.
Oh, that's weird. She's supposed to be.
I mean, there's the trio of drunks.
Why are they not here? What?
No one is here.
Avery, did your game get infected by a creepypasta?
Kim's gonna look at the camera and say, boo.
I'm not going to do that, detective.
I was saying boo words.
I don't know, I guess everybody decided just to pack it in for the night.
Oh. To the church it is.
Kuno.exe shows up. Creed would survive a creepypasta. Yeah, I'm quilt different. What are they gonna do? Spook me?
Creed would eat the creepypasta.
Maybe just the lead programmer Forge Accident was looking for.
The logic check is with the hardcore guys in the tent.
Don't talk to me. Don't glock at me. Don't glockenspiel.
What if I gawk at you?
Yeah, how's your point of extreme silence now? Yeah, thought not. It's called being quilt different.
Now, Avery, make a save. Just so that if you mess this up, you don't have to wait until another level up.
Incremental progress! Yeah!
I thought about the discarded melody and came to the conclusion that Van Eyck has lived around here.
J'adore! God is close by, but maybe Maybe he doesn't have good enough ears. Let me turn it up so we can lure him here.
Alright, goodbye, Egghead.
I forgot that you made Egghead spout moralist stuff.
Yeah.
When he said incremental progress.
Alright, let's fucking go for it. We win these.
Nothing jumps out to you. Nothing out of the ordinary. How about you get out and breathe? The air in the tent is too thick for you to think clearly.
Goodbye, officer. Huh?
This young speed, his look is intensely suspicious.
Did you use your sign sense to tell me contact the coalition warship?
Don't think so. Big bad frequencies are extremely negative. Thought suppression, dream implantation, memory revision. Pretty out there stuff. Not sure I want to get involved with it.
There is fear there, but also curiosity. He just needs a reason to help you.
Besides, our own signs aren't even synced yet. So how am I supposed to get you synced up with a big bad? It don't make any sense, law lover.
Unfortunate. It seems I will never have logic again. This was all for naught.
Do you want to just save scum so you don't have to keep wasting level ups on logic?
Yeah, I don't want to keep wasting level ups on logic. That's fine. I'll save scum for the sake of Liz's experience of the game.
Well, because otherwise you're locked out of so much side content.
The large-headed
Incremental J'adore!
Incremental progress!
Huh?
This young speed freak seems to know a lot about signs. Could he be the techno-tinkerer you're looking for? His look is intensely suspicious.
What about cosines?
Big bad freak.
There is fear there, but
I mean, cosines are like inherently tied to signs.
he just needs a reason.
Both of them squared added up equals 1.
What about swine?
Our own signs aren't even synced yet. So
Hi again. So, how are things going?
I cast upon you logic.
A number of things don't add up.
Hey.
Let's take a look.
I got bad news for you, Andre the Giant. Things don't add up.
What things?
He senses something is wrong.
Manufacturing drugs. Soon I hinted that there's something else going on, but I'm being naive.
Hey man, who knows what she's on about? I get it. She doesn't want us in the church. She's got something against us.
Who doesn't like to dance? She doesn't like to dance.
This is the Magneso Club. It's a technical laboratory equipment for manufacturing drugs.
I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but it's wrong. Look, we even have speakers.
One speaker. They have one speaker.
I think you can say all of these, maybe. But I would still go with whatever one you want to say first.
Where's his friend? Did he lose his friend?
What do you mean, friend?
The other speaker, you only have one.
It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You wouldn't know the first thing about sound reproduction in anodic music. Other speaker.
You know, headphones. Wouldn't Estelle need her headphones to spin tape?
What do you know about spinning tape? Nothing.
The Nosvet is here for its active ingredient.
He said it was for his nose. What more do you want?
Distilled water, cornerstone of a clean lab.
And of all cellular-based life, what's your point, Lawbringer?
The ether in the air, useful solvent, good for getting acting agent out of a solution.
Make up your mind. First it's the sweat, then it's the ether.
There's no need for you to pile on anymore, is there?
No shit.
In short, you try to use the police detectives to set up a drug lab.
That's... Come on, that's...
Punished by summary execution? Yeah, that's funny. That's an insane thing to say.
It's not. That's
Against
come
the
on,
law?
that's- I meant to say not true. That's
Preposterous?
I meant to say not true.
So, what are we going to do with you?
What do you mean, do?
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop the act. It wouldn't take a lot of pushing.
You do this long enough. First, tell me everything, then I pass judgment. Tell me what's really going on, and we'll work from there. I can be lenient. Like here, I just wanted to crack the case. Do what you want, and I'll do what I want.
Do not say 3.
Yeah. You tell me what's really going on, and we can work there. I can be lenient.
What do you mean by lenient?
Here, I'm the dirtiest cop this ever. I'll make life hard for you, using every connection I've got. Not calling back up and hauling you all off to a pen, for starters.
Okay, man. Okay. Things are just so hard for an entrepreneur in this city right now. It's not like we lied when we said we want to turn a church into the wickedest club in East Revachol. Because we do! We totally do!
I believe that from Egghead.
We just need to turn it into a speed lab before. To get our foot in the door.
And why did you need me?
Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. A month ago, the place was empty, and now it's all spooked up.
It's not really spooky, are there?
No, man. They're spooky, all right. It's just that they would also probably call the police if we started cooking speed in there.
But the sign was way off, too. I couldn't feel the love at all.
Sir, you promised you'd be lenient.
This is it. Judgment time.
Give me your cash. Pack up and report to Precinct 41. Arrest them. Killers don't see again. Evict them. Basically, no speed lab, just club for anodic music. Proceed with the club. It wouldn't work without the lab. Do what you have to keep the club alive. Proceed with both.
Yeah, 4 is what will truly progress the quest.
Oh yeah, I figured. I'm a gamer, Liz. I game. It's what I do. I
figured you can figure it out. I just want to, like, say my piece regardless.
I got my sine waves, Liz. My sine waves. My waves are signing all over the fucking place. I got tangent waves. You don't even know.
Whoa.
Yeah!
I like that he's called Egghead, presumably because of his, like, baldness in his sprite, but his, like, overworld sprite clearly has hair.
That's because his artwork was changed at some point. He used to have hair in his original art.
Then why is he called Egghead?
Because he's a fan of Arno van Eyck. He's an Eyck head.
The would-be leader draws two suspected between his knees.
No reaction to that.
No, Andre, it's harder now. This hard cop has come to show us how much the fish is, and the fish is always so much more. We all know there was never going to be a club for Nordic music with the Speed Lab. Now it has a fighting chance.
What'd you say? What was the thing?
Oh, I said why his name is Egghead.
Oh.
It's because he's a fan of Arno van Eyck. He's an Eyck head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a joke, or is that just a fact?
That's a fact.
Oh. Makes sense. What about the fish?
There needs to be a club for Nordic music in there. Needs to. Everyone hates each other. Everybody hates it here. It's all just drugs and we're slaves and I can't. We are running out of time. We need a win, Andre. I promise this will be a win. We won't cook speed in there. We'll do it clean. We'll do it true. We'll do it sober and real and beautiful. This will be a victory for the light.
Hell yeah, Egghead.
This will be nothing.
Thanks, Shivers. Bit of a downer there, ain't ya?
You can hear the ice crack underneath you. Outside, the last century waterfront development is crumbling in the wind, a grape-shot row of falling houses. And so is Rue de Saint-Jérôme and all the houses on Main Row. The old cinema is sinking underneath Villa La Bosse.
Does anyone feel that?
What?
Nothing. Let's call this incident crime prevention for you.
What about slime prevention?
Near the ice crack underneath you, outside the last century waterfront development is crumbling in the wind, in a grape-shot row of falling houses. So is Rue de Saint-Jérôme and all the houses on Main Road. The old cinema is sinking underneath Villa La Bosse. So this entire area is sinking?
Oh, you know.
Yeah, weathering happens.
Okay, we'll try to do it without the drugs.
Yeah, find something else to do that's more profitable, like prostitution.
We'll do a straight club up in there, spinning the maddest reels, and nothing but, I swear to God. Okay, Egg?
From here on, it'll be straight all the way.
That's it for now.
Goodbye, officer.
The large-headed youth has closed his eyes, lost in the music. Sensing you, he opens them.
Incremental progress.
And yeah, I think from here you go back to Suna.
Sooner or later. How are you doing over here, so? You having a good time?
Hello again.
Lucy's tried to use me to set up a drug lab. I'm guessing you knew the plan?
I did, and I'm sorry. For what it's worth, which isn't much.
This is why I didn't go into the tent. Typical delinquency.
You don't get to choose your posse, they choose you. Mine are idiots, but they're mine. I tried to talk Andre out of it.
I don't care. I'm loco. I just wanted you to know I know about the plan. I'm loco.
Okay, but I still regret it. I should have been able to control them. And I will in the future. I promise. May I ask? What did you tell them?
Do what you will with your dance club plans. Just no drug labs, please.
Thank you. I'll get them under wraps, I promise.
And that's it for now. Yay. We did it. We have solved crime.
Crime prevention.
Crime prevented! Heck yeah. I wonder how things go if you just arrest everyone you could possibly arrest.
Can we get some crime preventing pogs in chat?
Can we get some sad speakers in the chat for the lack of a drug lab?
Yes, what is it?
Oh?
I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't... Great. The swallow, you mean? What about it?
I guess leave and come back later, maybe?
Yes, that's what led me here. Great.
Straight up wilding.
Oh, you can always go back to the fishing village and get someone else to sign the thing.
There's no one else to sign. They're all gone, remember?
Well, they're not supposed to be.
No, they just decided to go to bed. It's 2 in the morning.
Well, then maybe if you leave and come back, they'll be back.
They've all gone home. I'm going home.
That is so weird.
Going home.
Oh, you can do the stained glass window in the church. Time to put on any encyclopedia gear.
Been Spike Labibia. Encyclopombodio. Encyclopedia. Are you more of an encyclopedia or an encyclopedia kind of person?
Encyclopedia.
That's not what I said.
Encyclopedia. I think,
Encyclopizza shit.
I think it might just...
I could have sworn I had an encyclopedia thing.
Yeah, it's glasses and...
Because like it's the stupid glasses.
Yeah, the Mega Beano. And then the Dick Mullen hat.
All right. How do I miss those?
Dick Mullen.
The mother of humanism stands above you.
Read The Greatest Innocence.
Wax painting on a single
How did I know this is the mother of humanism?
Runs across the length of her body, her face oval and sad.
Yo.
Can you take the boombox off?
The mother of humanism.
Encyclopedia.
The mother of humanism stands above you. Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. The innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived.
Batman.
No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever, as it haunts all men.
Wait, what exactly is an innocence? I've read a book, but it was fuzzy.
The highest category of historic individual, an embodiment of the world spirit.
A tyrant?
In a way, an innocence is elected to office by the founding party, a precedent that has taken place a mere 6 times in the entirety of history.
Capital
The
H
legal
history.
system of the Real Belt is built from the ground up to accommodate an authentic rule should it coincide with our time. An innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions. They are inevitabilities. What would have happened anyway? Only accelerated, packed into decades instead of centuries. An innocence is a continuous, compressed event, a sacred human being. It is an honor and a glory to live when one is in office.
I suddenly want to explode in innocence.
Why is that?
I don't know. I just, whenever I hear somebody is infallible, my main instinct is, I want that thing to explode.
Well, you might relate to something that comes up in this conversation.
Is one in office now?
No, we are alone.
Okay. When did she rule?
300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, by explorers from the continent of Muindi. She is, among other things, the innocence of inter-isolary travel and the connected world.
What else do I know about her?
Many things. You know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene la Navigateur, Queen of Suresnes, modern-day Sir La Clé. Also that she was gorgeous beyond beauty, draped in ancient sadness. Are you sure you want to remember this bit of historic trivia? Standing under a long, slender form like this, dwarfed?
Exactly my point, Jaden. The urge to make someone with a perfect track record fail said record. Like, it's not like... It's just the sort of wording, like... A person can be a really good person, but as soon as a person claims infallibility, in that they are, like, what they say goes, because that's just how it works, my main instinct is, fuck you, fuck that, blow it up. specifically blow it up. I really think, like, if somebody thinks that they are so above humanity that they are, like, an arbiter of truth, they don't deserve continued existence. Or at least they deserve to be partially exploded so they can see how fallible they're physically capable of being.
Fallible.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly, Jane. Justified hubris. And as you know me, I am totally against justified hubris. I'm all about unjustified hubris.
Yes! Big bummer! Boring history! Gotta keep it light, man! Keep it moving! Get fucked up instead!
Where's this coming from?
The past. It's a silo of sadness, fermenting. You should keep away.
Fuck this pain, Bratan! It's unhealthy!
No, you must know.
Right, then okay, what else? Was she smart?
Terribly, women of the court were expected to play both contract bridge and chess sufficiently well to prove an interesting challenge to a man. A simple grasp in matters of philosophy, theology, and science was encouraged. She was, by all means, a kept woman.
I will defeat her in chess by eating the pieces when she's not looking.
She made the most of her position in the antediluvian court, a court visited by the most prominent thinkers and artists of the day. In secret, she was becoming the era's preeminent philosopher of the state. A scalpel, a piercing gaze.
Yeah, like I'm not the only one who's like that about characters, right? Like, you see a person, you see like an OP character or like OC or something, and just immediately you're trying to think of all of the ways in which that person can be defeated. Because I hate the idea that somebody is superbly perfect. That's my main instinct whenever I see anything powerful. Is just, here's all the ways in which you are a mortal being. Mary Sue's are always a flawed character. Mary Sue's, by definition, are not flawed characters. They're just poorly written. You're allowed to have Mary Sue's, though. That's fine if you're just writing your own fucking fiction. It's not like your content needs to be arbitrated by the world. It's just my own personal neuroses.
Neuroses?
I'm willing to be the downfall to anyone's hubris, Jaden.
She was an almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. To her contemporaries, she appeared out of time, a messenger from the future of the species. We all fell in love with her, head over heels. Even before she was declared an innocence, her influence was tremendous.
How come?
It was on her advice that Irene Le Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale. A costly, often tragic endeavor, ultimately vindicated by the discovery of the new world, the piece of reality you're standing on. She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what is widely considered the greatest era in history. The DeLorean era.
I see. Wow.
Wow, indeed. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her, she was so overcome with emotion that her lungs started glowing in her chest. Bystanders reported golden filaments lighting the already sunlit chamber around her, clearly visible beneath her dress. That is why the lungs are the symbol of love for the cultures of the Riel Belt. Many things draped.
Yes! Big bummer!
Exactly. Back
Her
out of this
lungs
corner
apparently
of your
glowed.
mind by choosing the bottom.
One person vomits gold, this person has glowing lungs. These are the worst superpowers I've ever heard.
Many things draped.
Yes!
Terribly. She made them. She was she was crowned.
I don't care.
Okay. When her innocence was
okay.
declared, and the queen bystanders report that is why the lungs are the symbol of
I want
love,
more.
as did we all. The lands of the Mess and the Occident, and even far away Supreme Windy, Altogether, 21 of the 40 mundial nations of the time immediately accepted Innocentic rule, even before her crowning.
Crowning?
In a city called Advesperaskit in Vespa Messina, her homeland, the name of the city means evening comes, but it happened on a winter's morning, with the canals frozen and slush falling out of the sky. She was dressed in a white and pearl dress on an emptied-out plaza with the crowd far away. Already, her Theriers, the secret servicemen of the Innocents, were worried about an assassination attempt.
I don't care how she looked. I don't care. It doesn't hurt me.
Oh, she was insultingly beautiful. She was humanity's young mother, a perfect mother. It was as if her face and shoulders and hands were covered in a soft down of underfeathers. You know this well, very well.
For the record, I would like to say the word dolor does mean mother. I believe that's its root. I'm pretty certain of that one. So the fact that her name is Dolores fits into the idea that she is referred to as the mother. It's kind of a simple pun.
Midwinter snow was beating the cobblestones around her. A small attaché of officials stood by as her Theriers placed a white gold wreath on her head. The crowning was mostly witnessed by secret servicemen.
In one of the other, dialogues we heard wreaths and white. I forget what the context of that was. Would that have to do with the, It's not coming to me. It was earlier this stream.
It was when you were reading the Innocence book earlier in the stream, I think.
One of the men in this secret service killed her 22 years later. A young man who had come to suspect that Dolores Day was not entirely human, but something else.
Based. Go on.
Something that had walked in our midst, watching us stumble for hundreds, if not thousands of years, until it decided to interfere in the course of our history. We were supposed to come up with this ourselves. The man was reported to have screamed at the Innocents.
And they were correct. This person's based.
Dolores Day was shot in the chest with a fowling piece 8 times. The man, thought to be insane, said he once touched her and her body had been unnaturally warm, like a furnace, and that sometimes, while on duty, he observed her forgetting to breathe for over 10 minutes.
Look, what's more likely? The dude was psychotic and shot a completely normal human, or the person was actually some sort of otherworldly alien entity posing as a human, and he was successfully killing them to prevent them from just sort of taking over humanity and not letting humanity sort of do its own thing. Which one's really more likely? Because everybody says that her lungs glowed. The other guy vomited gold, so
This inhuman quality was witnessed by many others as well, glowing lungs and all. It is commonly attributed to mass hysteria and religious psychology. As did we in a city, she was dressed in a
beautiful.
Oh yes, she looked like humanity's midwinter snow was beating the cobblestones around her. A small attaché of officials stood by as her one of the men, something Dolores, this inhuman quality.
What's something terrifying about her?
Others. Terrifying is a term too emotionally charged for your semantic memory, or what remains of it.
Yes, Jane, this is a sci-fi game. I refuse to accept any other definition for this game besides sci-fi. It's like retro sci-fi, but I'd say it's sci-fi.
Yeah.
Terrifying. It's a simple word. She was bad for humanity, and you shouldn't have started thinking about her.
No. Was there something bad about her? I want to know.
You already do. Although she is often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, there was something ominous about Dolores Day. constantly surrounded by her terriers. She was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all the innocences. Some modern thinkers would consider her a war criminal for the campaigns she waged against the Mesk state. And then there were the resettlement programs.
What happened?
The Mesk state tried to detach itself from innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerated into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream Marguerite were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by a military force she called the Army of Humanity.
You know that wonderful feeling when your justifications are suddenly, when your beliefs are suddenly justified for completely unrelated reasons? Fuck the innocent rule. I continue to be the perfect arbiter of everything. Everything I always say is correct. I should be an innocent.
When are we gonna have Creed-centric rule?
Creed-centric rule. I rule for 1 billion years. My 2 tenets. 1. Give me your stuff. 2 handjobs.
She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger and thumb in icons such as this. She was also blonde, the blondest woman you have ever seen, with green eyes the color of the Pacentic, mare interregnum.
There's no actual magic in this game. We've never seen any magic happen. Everything is either a very troubled man's delusions or religious hearsay. Or completely incidental things like a recording playing for a thing being dead for years.
Would the pale count as magic, or is that more just a
That's a state-based action. It just sort of exists. It's hard to define it as anything because it's not really... It's not magical. It's just an otherworldly thing, so it's just as much sci-fi as it is fantasy. It's just a... You need enough parts of a whole to make something defined as sci-fi or fantasy, and that is just one part. It can fit into either, but it's not a defining feature. To win this, I need a spoil. It's not fair. Aikai, don't spoil that magic exists. I want to imagine that the pale is to disco what entropy is to real life. Yeah, it's sort of just a thing that's there.
Little is known of her Marchese husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, there is something lonely, paranoid, and even terrifying that people seldom mention, but feel when they think of her. This subtle terror is part of her iconography.
Lieutenant Yefrater, you've stood there for over 5 minutes.
His calm voice echoes in the cold air of the church.
What are you thinking of, if I may ask?
She's somehow connected to the case. Glowing lungs, that's fucked up. Nothing. Just looking around. She's beautiful. She's not human. Yell, war criminal! I feel like he might not be fond of that one. But,
Also, I am so glad that I convinced you to get Art Cop, because I think you've, leveled up 3 times now, just from Art Cop XP.
Yeah! Very useful. And it fits with the fact I chose conceptualization out of all the blue skills to be the one I wanted. She's not connected to the case. I don't care about the glowing lungs thing. I don't think she's beautiful because, and I'm not gonna say nothing. It's either she's not human or yell war criminal. And I feel like people in the situation don't normally yell war criminal. But we, as the previous information already stated, Mess tried to detach itself from the eccentric rule, and people were experiencing whiplash, and they mandatory education, military forces, an army of humanity, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because I think Mesk is like one of the few nations in universe that like worship, like has traditional religion instead of worshiping innocences.
I'm gonna yell war criminal.
Paul Jobs at an anti-hand job protest.
Because I think Joyce at some point says that like terms like heaven and hell come from Mesk.
I'm gonna yell war criminal.
If you want.
I mean, I feel like people don't choose that answer often, so it's probably going to be interesting. But it would probably offend him because this is his religion, isn't it?
No, Kim's not very religious.
I don't know about that. It was a different time, a different war. Either way, this church, the coast in general, we shouldn't linger here. This isn't a good place to get lost in. We should conclude our business and move on.
If he's a follower of Dolorianism?
Yes, we all are. Her name, body, and rule are synonymous with humanism. The laws we enforce are Dolorian in origin.
I don't like her. She looks like a lever.
I have no idea what you mean by that. We've been standing here long enough. We should.
Yeah, see, he believes in the faith.
I think with Kim, though, it's less religious and more just the fact that the moral intern is derived from her, and he is technically an employee of it.
Well, somebody donated money for me to draw on stream, so...
Oh?
Yep, let me get Streamlabs open so I could see specifically what the request was again.
Ugh. It's always weird unmuting the stream and realizing what I sound like.
You sound cute. Okay, Lunacon tipped 666 saying, paw jobs at an anti-hand job protest.
What? What?
Okay. Sure. Why not? Fuck it.
Paw jobs?
Paw jobs at an anti-hand job protest. Sure.
Is that what they actually donated, or?
That is what was donated. Okay.
Creed about to draw porn on stream? Creed about to draw Zorn on stream?
Okay. I gotta look up a reference real quick.
Saying you need to look up a reference after being told to draw that.
Okay.
Wait, quick. Just fill this screen black and write censored. or not safe for YouTube. I can save you from this, Creed.
Okay. One of those. And then... let's get another sign here.
No.
Getting out of hand.
I will say I do think I like I think I do sound cuter than I sound to myself, like whenever I hear my voice on stream. Like I don't feel cute when I speak, but I do kind of sound cute when I hear it.
Hand band. No. Okay, so let's see. So for this one, it's got to be like that, and then and then and then and then
What is this creature?
And then you gotta get one of these, and it goes like that, and then like that, and then one of these.
I just realized what you're drawing. You took an incredibly cursed donation and have kind of turned into something adorable.
This one's gonna be annoying to draw, but like it's like that, and then it's like that.
The DeBardares Union.
One of those. They've got like.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know what whoever did the donation expected. You can't you can't just make Avery draw something explicit on screen.
And there's one more, so I'll just put them back here. And they have like just a little simple hat. And it's like a little thingy there. Okay, there we go. There you go, chat. There you have paw jobs at an anti-hand job protest.
Also, Creed's not even really a furry anyways.
And that's what you get for putting spaces between your words. Anyways. What's chat said during that? I'm being framed, whacking off on stream. We are not whacking off anybody. We have not killed a single person. Cut the
Avery
feed.
is not zerking off on stream.
The beans. Let's paw union strike. I'm upset nobody noticed what I was drawing there. Oh yeah, I got another point. I can get the doors! Doors!
So let's see, what?
Detective Cousteau.
Yeah.
It's not actually doing anything for me. It was nice to get, but, like, it's not worth it.
Yeah, the benefit it was giving you was that Esprit de Corps got just high enough to give you I think, challenging passive checks.
Yeah.
Because it got brought up to a 6, but... what other thoughts do you have available?
Representing national indirect modes of taxation, bringer of the law, Lawjaw, advanced race theory, and fair weather T500. The only one of those that interests me is the fair weather T500.
You're not gonna get advanced race theory to bump conceptualization up?
I am not getting advanced race theory to bump conceptualization. If I need conceptualization higher, I'll just boost conceptualization on its own.
Well, can you level it up again, or have you hit your limit?
No, I've hit my limit.
Yeah. Yeah, advanced race theory bumps it up by 1, which would make it so that it would be 6, which should get you enough to start getting challenging conceptualization checks. Which would mean even more XP.
XB. Not really afraid. Liz says about the VTuber in a group with 3 other founding members, all themed being animal-human hybrids. Look, look, I'm not a furry as far as people can tell, and that just doesn't mean I can't be friends with furries. Also, for anyone in my chat who apparently did not recognize what I was drawing in that picture, they were dressed as the village people.
Oh.
A cop, a soldier, a worker, a pilot, a biker, and a Native American for some reason.
Also, Jaden, there's like a difference between like that and actually labeling yourself a furry.
I think I might just need to spend the night at this point just to get the people to show up again.
Also, for the record, I'm pretty sure advanced race theory does not actually make you racist. It just allows you to talk to Measurehead about his theory.
That's what I'll say.
Because I think you can just straight up tell him the theory is dumb or something.
I thought about your theory long and hard. You're an idiot.
Yeah, I'm not sure why the NPCs aren't showing up. It's weird.
They went to bed. It's too late. It's nighttime.
Well, no, I mean, they're supposed to be there, like, all night.
I mean, I guess I'll just go to bed then.
Yeah.
It's
Or...
getting late, and it's snowing. Time to call it a day.
Or... you can get the body down from that tweet.
I could do that tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
Good night, Kim. Send him away for the night.
Good night, officer.
He
We'll meet
disappeared.
in front of the shack in the morning.
And while I'm here... It's... the fucking check is...
Electrochemistry.
This fucking piece of... Fuck. God ass.
Accurate.
Perish.
But it's 12.
Banned from my stream forever, times 10.
No.
Timeout Jaden 300 years.
Timeout Jaden for eternity for 2 seconds. Pull a Germa. Speaking of electrochemistry, it's funny how the horrific necktie is like essentially just electrochemistry too.
Yeah. And just, a tiny voice that talks to you.
I'm pretty sure you still get their dialogue even if you're not wearing the tie.
Hmm.
I think it's like only like in a specific spot where you have to be wearing it for Spirit is Eternal.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see your reflection in it. The expression fixed to your clean-shaven face. You're still not accustomed to
Please.
it. It's like something snaps in you. A nerve ending.
Let's
a thought,
see.
A sadness. Your face in the mirror is suddenly clean of the layer that had distorted it for God knows how long. Just like that, it's over. The running gag that your life had become. A sad old man looks back at you.
We did it. Look at us. We seem kind of sad. I mean, we don't look terrible, all things considered. Like, especially given that the art style of this game is like, but like, could be better, could be worse. We are just started being a recovering alcoholic, so
It doesn't help that the player portrait was drawn before they kind of like made Harry look better. Because Harry's like current canon design is how he looked in the mirror when you first open the game, where he looks much more like a normal person. He doesn't have like the gray, like corpse-like skin.
yeah. Well,
Because you notice like his character model, the hair is also way longer.
yeah. And he has a silly voice.
Yeah.
On the table, you see a
It's funny, I was like actually starting to get
vague
used to
image of your
how
clean-shaven
silly the
face.
expression looked without the beard.
I wonder what the face looks like if you do the expression getting rid of the expression first and then do the shaving.
In my playthrough, I got rid of the expression, but I never shaved.
Huh. Honestly, all things considered, I think he looks good.
The bed is comforting, if
Go to
a
sleep.
bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest.
Here, let me get a screenshot for you.
The place feels almost like home now, quiet and dignified around you. A new life by the seaside. You're incredibly tired. The darkness and warmth come fast. You're falling asleep.
It's easier this time. Drifting off, your head has found a comfortable indent in the pillow. Your legs and your torso feel like lead weights sinking to the bottom of the sea until they're suddenly light.
This respite, you've earned it, brother. Bask in the darkness. Let it swallow you up and swivel you around while you forget everything you've managed to remember.
Is this the last stream?
No, this is the one before that. We'll just keep cycling it for you if you don't mind. As long as we can. Spin it like black yarn.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Thank you, Darkness. Thank you.
You're welcome, Harry boy. You earned it.
Fall into a deep, uninterrupted sleep. I like that you could see my flashlight pointing around in the room behind the text.
After centuries of darkness, the alarm rings. But what's this? You actually feel rested. There's no time to cuddle with your pillow, however. or as much as shiver from the cold, the world awaits.
Oh, you sent something?
Yeah, that's what it looks like with the beard, but no expression.
Huh, not that bad. About what I expected.
Go.
Thanks, Volition. Go. Bright and early morning.
Gotta get out there and talk to people.
Sorry, just getting my fit back on.
Yeah.
Where's my fucking... There they are. I gotta get my Fallon pants. And my glasses. I can't see without my glasses.
What an interesting fit. You could always switch back to holding the bag and the crowbar to reveal containers and bottles.
I mean, it's not like we've been seeing a lot of those. Kind of explored everything already.
You never know.
Yes?
There's a sexy dark mystery here. Children!
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Children are stupid.
You're stupid.
I'm just gonna leave now. I'm gonna leave and not talk to you anymore. Okay, how about the policeman ask you something else now?
Okay. You're stupid.
Just a second ago, the first one was laughing. Now, he's doing something with his lips and his gap tooth. It looks like he's sad because you're going, or who knows, really.
Interesting. Take care. You want to sign a legal document?
Hello, mister. Bye.
I'm upset that I can't get the children to sign legal documents as a fuck up here.
There are people you can get.
I know, but I wanted the children to do it. They're not here.
How?
Do they disappear after the stories?
No.
Do they only show up after a certain amount of time?
Maybe then.
Okay, well... I'm upset that Kim doesn't have anything to comment on about me not doing the face anymore.
Yeah? He comments on the shaving, but not the expression. Oh.
It's a great wild out world today. Yay.
I guess we try getting the body down today. Which I think you have to...
Yeah, it's so weird that I can't do that one.
Do what?
The, getting the forgery from those guys.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe they're just not there at the start of it very early in the morning. I'll Google it quick.
Right to work!
Huzzah!
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Do you know the Hardy Boys?
Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you.
Is he actually comparing you, an officer of the law, to some neighborhood vigilante?
There's only one law, friend, and that's me.
Why not? Must be nice being something else for a change. The rest of us are just folks.
Fair enough.
Los Ard, they're sort of...
Is he actually... The man whispers a jaunty tune. A coast...
I like Call Me Manana.
I like that his name just means call me later.
Yeah. Measurehead.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
Are you the Hardy Boys?
I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. The Hardy Man. Now leave me be. I'm Muslim. Racists are generally...
Welcome to...
I am not like them. I am craniometric.
True. That is a noble cranium. But you got a hard noggin yourself.
You exhibit forward projection of the jaw, indicative of schizophrenia. You do not wish to be judged, because you are a genetic blob of polycultural deformities. This is understandable.
I'm just waiting for Liz to look up things. Hi, Neener.
I think this racist is better than the last, but the next racist will be the really good one.
That will be the...
How do you label your next racist?
There always is.
Race is reality.
To do what?
Oh, for you to look up if where they come from, where do they go? Where do they come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
I didn't really see anything about like what times they're available. So maybe they're just not there till like later in the day.
I like the previous races better, actually. Those are your choice of races, but the story notes.
That is understandable. The previous racist was probably an occidental and did not prove a real adversary.
These cops are just jealous, Jean-Luc.
I like how Measurehead's babe has like a silhouette of Measurehead in the background.
But you got a hard noggin yourself.
Your silence betrays your inferiority. You do not have a reply. You should enter a deep race slumber. Perhaps in 4,000 years, there is need for a servile homunculus.
What'd you say his portrait... what?
Oh, Measurehead's babe has a silhouette of Measurehead in the background of it.
I think
that will be the...
That is...
These cops are just
jealous,
Jean-Luc.
Well, time to wait here while Measurehead goes.
Welcome.
I am true. You exhibit. It is in this lead. Your right.
He's right there. It's almost impossible to get it.
I'll wait here. Just take the body down.
It's too scary.
Babe, see that they stay here the whole
I guess
time.
we're doing this.
Man, why is
So, you're the babe, right?
So slow.
How you doing? So, like, are you also racist?
The woman's gaze follows Measurehead as he leaves.
So, you guys are like cops or something?
We're just trying to keep things from going to shit.
Have you ever thought that maybe things should go to shit? I'm Katya, by the way.
I believe you'll find that your name is Measurehead's babe.
You hear that? That sound. He's breaking something.
Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there. I wish I could see it.
I also wish I could see it.
Look at you! RCM rent-a-cops! Guarding that bridge like Everott's lapdogs! Is this where it's at now? The RCM is for sale!
Spoken by a mercenary pretending to be a worker.
That's I am an unbelievably corrupt cop. I'm corrupt every opportunity I get. Let me just check my good cop, bad cop. So that's 11, honor 3.
A shrill laughter interrupts you, echoing across Martinez. It's Kuno. Then, the man turns to look behind him at the behemoth appearing around the corner, approaching him, walking past him.
Kuno mentioned.
The corpse has been removed from the tree. Stand down and congratulate yourself. You have sided with Ray's victory today.
There's been no side choosing. We did what we had to keep order.
And what you had to do was to become a Union man for all to see.
What a weirdo. Remember, when in doubt, you can always just call somebody weird. What are they gonna do about it? Hey dude, what the fuck?
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on...
You know, while my internet is kind of slow right now, it is nice that with the new modem, the internet just slows down instead of going out altogether.
That's nice. You know, I wonder if she was the person who got assaulted by, the guy.
What if it was you?
Yeah, that's what I figured as much.
You missed a good show before. A kid came by and completely fucked the tree to pieces.
He fucked the tree up! Fucked it good! It was porno!
So, also superficial. It's the race mystery runs deeper than you could ever understand. Wish I could have been here to see it. Now I have some questions.
Shoot that shit at Kuno, pig or not?
Pig or not?
Kuno doesn't...
Is this in some way related to a psychonaut?
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
Child converse with me. Well, that's a body.
The corpse lies on the ground among the remains of an absolutely demolished pinewood branch. It's gently laid on one side.
Beautiful. Wipe. Great job, wise race mentor. Man, playing a racist in this game must be a hell of a ride.
Yeah.
I should tell Mako to play as a racist.
No.
If I ever play this game, I'm going the racist Motorix route. Well, it's down.
Mr. Measurehead has done a good job. Nothing is too broken or compromised. The victim is ready for a field autopsy.
A field autopsy?
Yes. 1. Investigation of the scene. 2. Initial examination of the victim. 3. Field autopsy. 4. Transportation of the body to the morgue. We are on number 3.
We waited a whole year for me to actually progress the game here.
What are they on about? Cop's gonna cut his shit up.
Do I have someone else for this? A doctor?
No, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle the entire incident chain, from autopsy to cleanup to social work, everything.
An honorary rank of detective?
An honor and a burden attached to your rank once you've proven yourself able, usually after 5 to 8 years of field work. Mine is lieutenant detective.
Yes, I feel like a detective.
You are. Your station would not have assigned you on this case if you weren't. Now...
I am Lieutenant W. Rater.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
First, what exactly is a field autopsy?
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
Actually, I'm going to assume I did about 216 of them. Do you have another pair of gloves?
Unfortunately, no.
I've garden gloves, maybe they're enough.
They are better than nothing. Tell you what, I perform the anatomical side of things, while you will take notes.
We just fill this in, right? Show them the red field autopsy form in your ledger?
That's right.
Why do you get so close to your mic for that?
You knew it because you inspected your ledger. The lieutenant is relieved you know the protocol.
Yeah, hell yeah, empathy. Open your ledger at the field autopsy form.
The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts.
Awesome.
Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with...
Begin. 1. Assistant.
That's you.
Tequila Sunset. The Gloaming. Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau. Let's actually answer this one. This is actually important. So, you are who you are. Harry Dubois, Lieutenant W. Freitor.
The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings. Just lies there. The next box says...
Coroner's case number...
KK57-0803.0815.
Kim Kitsaragi.
Next.
Name.
We've heard the nom de guerre. Lely. It's better than nothing. Write it down.
Lely, nom de guerre.
What's next? Date of birth?
They've only made some sort of date of birth generator.
NA.
Age?
Roughly 50.
Right, 50-ish.
The corpse looks ageless, like meat on a hook. Teeming with opportunistic microorganisms, letting out a foul-smelling diamine compound. Your eyes turn watery.
Thanks, medical knowledge from Endurance. Race.
Mondial.
Write it down.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Sex.
Fucky, fucky!
Kuno S, you can't steal my joke.
Maybe.
Pigs can have sex?
The temptation to write fucky is so very high. I can't write fucky on the farm. This part's serious. I need a good form. I don't want to be a bad cop.
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
Fucky. Date of death?
We're still going with March 4th, 51.
40351.
What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
KK57 0503 0815 listens motionless, with the cargo belt still around his neck. Only one box remains.
Evidence of treatment?
None. At least not after the initial examination.
It is treatment anyways. I agree. Lividly pointing to the lynching. Oh, sure. Didn't the footprints look like he was carried over? Agreed. No treatment. Likely is treatment anyway.
Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
How did you not know that? Aren't you a cop? You're leaving a weak impression here. Say something sure-handed. Don't overdo it. It's okay to be unsure.
Not so sure. Didn't the footprints look like he was carried over?
They'd have to have incapacitated and carried him over. This man was more than a match for untrained dogwalkers.
Place a hand on the dead man's chest as in preparation.
Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-DeLorean burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform. Then, somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Road,
I see.
Lieutenant Nick Feuerbach puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse, no larger than a monkey. It's raining outside, light drizzle. There is darkness in the shed.
Well, that's depressing. Why'd you say that, Esprit de Corps? I didn't need to know that.
Well, the whole thing with Esprit de Corps is that, in addition to telling you what Kim thinks, it shows you what's happening to other cops while you're doing things.
The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Dawson. Hand extended, he approaches to make sure she is dead
it's Mac
more
Dawson
than
again.
anything else.
Yeah.
The building is tall, 7 stories, wind-wrapped in solitude. Most of the apartments are unoccupied. This was a suicide. The other, an accident. The small one. And so, all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased persons found today. 42 stations of breath.
There were 42 deaths today? In this one city set of city regions?
We should start the post-mortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
External examination. Summary.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine, I think. Let's see.
Here's the body on the side to check the underwear label. The day's still young.
It's happening?
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more.
The red-haired thing.
The cops are not going to fuck the corpse.
The rest of the clothes have been removed post-mortem by scavengers in order to get to the victim's ceramic armor. Officers are in search of the missing pieces. Removal of the boots is left for processing.
You cannot prove that I have stolen any of these parts of armor. I'm not wearing any of them right now.
It would be clever of you to omit the boots altogether, sire. If you are to keep them for yourself, as you ought to, you have deserved them more than anyone else.
When am I going to get them?
Patience. After the autopsy, before the body is taken away, there will be a window of opportunity. After the lieutenant has gone to sleep. I hope this has helped you, my liege.
Omit the boots.
The boot has a serial number. It's E50.
Do you want to have
100.100. The lines between the plates are in the shape of the alphanumerical. The number is purposefully concealed by the design.
What, Liz?
I said, well, you already did it, but I asked if you wanted the boots.
Yes.
And then you're gonna get the boots.
Tattoos.
Boots.
The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a map of the night sky. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings. to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene, using a Trigot Mini.
Write that down.
The deceased has a cargo lashing belt around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow. Length 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end.
Write it down.
Well nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age, about 50. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature below freezing.
Nifty, nifty.
Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
Touch the corpse's hair before moving on.
His hair feels wet, soaked with rain, cold to touch. Not that different from a living person after a swim.
Stroke his hair gently.
The stench is suffocating. Strands of dark brown hair start sticking to your hand, like thread off a rag doll's head. There's brilliantine in there. He's combed his hair back with oil.
Keep petting him.
More hair sticks to your hand. Hair off the rain-soaked head of a dead man. There are bumps and dips on the skull below. An alien landscape. There, dead man. You were someone's child. It's all over now.
There, baby.
The lieutenant watches you in silence.
Write it down, adding the brilliantine.
That was some sick shit, Sekopa.
What's that word mean, Liz?
I don't know. I don't know Finnish.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs, consistent with stones thrown. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity? You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max.
Now's not the time, Kuno.
Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
No one talks shit about Kuno's velocity. Kuno's got velocity for days. You can even say Kuno's got acceleration if they've got that much velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest, consistent with predation.
Write down, but it meant for high velocity. I mean... Psychopath apparently means psycho. I see. Okay, we probably don't need to give Kuno the info. It's like Kuno's gonna read the fucking report.
Ligature mark.
Lieutenant produces a small folding knife with the other hand pulling on the belt, but cutting into the polyester. The stench is horrid. After a while, it's obvious the material cannot be cut.
The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
Oh yeah, I'm prepared. Pet the chain cutters. Because we've got these chain cutters. Pull the rubber grip chain cutters.
The hanged man lets out a joyous little bubble of rot from his nose.
Joyous little bubble of rot. One second, a screen kept the words joyous little bubble of rot.
Sounds like a bit of dialogue. You
now.
Go on. Liz? Liz? Hello? Did your internet go out? Hello? Hello? Liz?
Are my words coming through? Is my internet getting
Okay,
too
you
bad?
just now started making
Hello?
noises again.
Can you hear me?
Hello? Are you there? Say
Hello?
banana.
Yes. Banana.
Okay, you just now said banana. I'm gonna reconnect the call. Hello? The internet was holding out until the body got down. Yeah? Please! Please! Liz! This is unfortunate. So, chat, how we doing? We having a good time? Finally got the body down. Means we're actually going to be doing the investigation. I'd say we've been learning things, but so far all the information we got is pretty much stuff we already knew about. Because we're just sort of, you know, making analysis of the stuff we already know. No, Wednesday's hype. I'm just enjoying a quick slice of pineapple pie. Lose his beard. What? What? Because, like, I don't want to like, continue without Liz being here. But I can't only just sit here. It's already 2 in the morning. I guess we just kind of wait. Just chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool and all, shooting some b-ball outside of the school. Oh, Liz is sending me a message. I shall await. Okay. Let's fucking go, chat. Pick a spot. It's okay, center left. Bottom middle. Top right. Top left. Even topper left. I go topper middle. I get the win. Liz, welcome back.
Internet. Back.
Yes, you're back. So what were you saying?
Oh, when you said bubble of rot, I was like gonna say that feels like something you'd hear in, but I stopped because I was about to reference a game that would be spoilers to reference at this point.
Really?
Not for Disco Elysium, for another game you're playing.
Are you spoiling what other games am I playing?
Oh, well, I guess not really a spoiler.
I mean, like, I don't see how like a line of text is gonna spoil something.
Yeah, actually, I don't know why I would think that was a spoiler, because I was gonna say it reminded me of something you'd hear in Elden Ring.
That makes total sense.
But thinking about it, that wouldn't be a spoiler because you've already been to Caelid.
Yeah, there's a lot of joyous split bubbles of rot there. Went to the rope.
We need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below. Carefully, with as much precision as you can.
See? My pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
You're a good spot to cut.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like
Looking
white
back
bread
through
rising
chat,
from the east.
and I see
knot is the
Akai
weak
boys
spot. The chain
say
cutters fit in
Measurehead would be a
steady
good addition to
like
Kim
a
and
flower
Harry's
arranger.
polycule.
2 cuts and
Yeah.
it should come loose.
That's terrible.
Should I agree with Kuno that I am in fact Kuno's pig?
Oh, Avery, you're not streaming the game.
Oh.
Yeah. Also, Avery, when are you gonna do a fake Liz cutout?
When it is deemed necessary. Should I agree that I am in fact Kuno's pig? We're friends.
If you want. You are friends with
You
him.
are? This pig is Kuno's.
Being Kuno's pig has a steadying effect on your hand. Go with the flow, man.
It actually helps.
Hell yeah, you know it.
It actually
After
helps.
some deliberation, you
I
sink
know.
the cutters into the knot tying the belt together.
I didn't think
You
it would.
squeeze the
That's
rubber
funny.
handles together, sweat forming on your brow.
The respect of a deranged child can go for miles.
It's funny how doing the autopsy with the kids around is actually like good.
Yeah.
Because they provide like +1s to certain checks.
It's good to have an entourage.
Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck.
Just kneel closer, running a finger along the dark red groove until there's a gap.
As it ought to. This is where its grip on the curdled meat is gentlest, pulling up.
Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters.
Write it down.
Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact. Genitalia.
Pulls down the man's underpants.
No! Let's get out and see!
I fucking knew it!
This is clearly what they've been waiting for, ever since the autopsy began. The lieutenant is trying to make it as boring as possible.
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
Inspect the genitals.
The dead man's penis is average-sized, congested from the downward collection of blood. The testicles are uneven in length, hanging underneath. The genitalia is greenish. Marbling is present around the crotch.
Nice.
You should touch it.
What electrochemistry? What? Why would I do that?
Why not?
Why would I do that?
Doesn't feel like anything. Just cold flesh under your finger.
That's a weird thing to suggest, electrochemistry.
Unalive.
My pig's so fucking ill right now.
It gave you XP.
Yeah, because Kuno respects.
Your pig's pretty sick, I gotta say.
This wasn't necessary. What's going on here? Why are you doing that?
I'm detecting. Police work doesn't have to be solicited. It's an experiment.
I love Volition just being confused at what the fuck you're doing.
Experiment to see what happens.
The lieutenant is unaware of what's happening in your head and why you're touching it. He merely expects you to write down his notes on the man's genitalia so you can move on.
Write it down and move on. I don't feel like this is a normal thing to ask Kim at this moment. Like that, we're not just trying to like put on a show for the twerps, I assume.
You never know.
It's such a weird thing to say. This is a bizarre thing to say.
You are a bizarre cop.
Ah, yes, your hunch before. We can have a semen analysis requested from processing, if that's what you meant.
No, I was trying to get a psychic read. Browsing said, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Just write down that we request an analysis.
The corpse with his pants down does not have an opinion on the subject. All he has is genitals and a deathly odor.
I mean, who doesn't have genitals and a deathly odor?
Ah, yes, your hunch.
Didn't you get a psychic read?
No, you weren't, officer. That would be preposterous. Just write down that we request a semen, vaginal, and anal fluids analysis.
The corpse with his pants down does not have an opinion on the subject. All he has is genitals and a deathly odor.
You know what's gonna be kind of funny?
Avery B has a deathly odor.
You know what's gonna be kind of funny?
What?
When we get the report back, we, on our own stupid hunch, decided that this guy probably engaged in some sort of sexual interaction, and that he's got a death boner. But we also know from Hardy that he apparently sexually assaulted and raped someone, meaning we will get results that might be able to lead us to who the person is.
Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities.
Again, our random decisions will help the case.
On the right hand, thigh, and hip.
Bullets have bitten little pieces out of him. It must have been excruciating, especially the hip. Before you is a temple of pain that knew little tenderness in life.
Thanks, Pain Threshold. See, again, I like having the red run because we get things like this. It gives a lot more information about the person, like the physical state of a person's body.
Yeah.
In addition, I see smaller residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin.
It's the body of a soldier, mercenary.
Mm-hmm. We have a real museum here. Of battles, wars. Last item, hands.
He takes the man's right hand in his, inspects it, and moves on to the other hand. Pick up the hand.
His flesh is cold, icy.
Pleased to meet you. Where are you from and what's your name?
My name is...
I'm only fucking with you. I know where you're from. From Cappadocia. and your name is Il Corbo. What can I do you for, Il Corbo de Cappadocia?
I just don't mind. Tell me, are you a temple of pain and a stranger to tenderness?
You get me, Kobo. I feel like you were once for tenderness and kisses yourself, but then shit went south and now you're ahead of even me on the pain front. We should do this more often. Be close like this, I mean.
Hands are clean. No sign of injury from struggling.
Were we expecting any?
I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, this stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment.
Working so close to the fumes coming from the corpse must be hard. You realize suddenly that the lieutenant has been barely keeping it together these past 2 items.
Right down.
Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next?
Internal examination summary.
Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
If I may add the moral of this story.
What would that be?
Inquisitively.
The dead man looks, too, with barely contained excitement.
It's very vulnerable to compromise in blood supply.
Yeah, the very vulnerable to compromise in the blood supply.
I think that may well be the moral of every story, officer.
Lieutenant grins. Alright, NA.
Good. Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous.
Purge fluid.
You hear cracks as the lieutenant moves his sharp fingers inside the flesh, like the creaking of an old house at night.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
No.
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable.
Jaden, the shadows are moving around because Avi has a flashlight.
Yeah. And a boombox. Unfortunately, it's not playing sick jams while we're investigating this body.
Respiratory system.
Back hunch, as if in prayer, he begins to pry open the dead man's jaws. He stops to exert more force, both hands are used.
Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen. Hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
Are we sure he's dead?
No scream, no sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again, straight in that mouth of his. No, you don't. You can keep it in. You can keep anything in.
Thanks, pain threshold. Look deeper inside.
You manage to suppress the contractions trying to enter your stomach.
See? Red checks!
Concentration. Through it, you see nothing but darkness. More meat and darkness.
There are ancient mysteries down there, Kobo. Ask me later.
That? Okay, Inland Empire doing the voice of the dead body. That's an interesting choice to take.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus.
Guess that does show that it is your imagination.
Yeah.
But we do know to ask the body later about something going on in there.
Hepatobiliary. NA.
Why? Don't we have anything?
Are you a hepatobiliary expert?
Your stomach with a mixture of tiredness and disgust. I don't think so.
Neither am I.
That's it?
That's it.
I assume there's an invisible check here at some point. I assume if we have a high enough blue stat, it's like, actually,
What about a high enough glue stat?
Same for toxicology and serology. NA.
Both?
Unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there.
The completionist in me wonders if there's something we could still do.
We already have one test, as per regulation, and we already requested semen.
Pigs requested semen like it's no big deal.
Is he touching it again? What is wrong with these mulpers?
Better leave it at that. More important. I stand by, like, obviously, you could toxicology, but everybody always said, like, all the mercenaries are belligerent drunks. What we'd find out is that they're a belligerent drunk. But, they might have been poisoned, but I think the most likely thing is either they were killed elsewhere then brought here, or I just know there's something more going on. If they were drugged, it's obviously a way to go, but I feel like doing the semen test and hopefully having that figure out who the rape victim was so we could have another lead is probably more useful than us just knowing how they were killed.
Right.
Leave it NA, then.
Right, NA.
Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with the hanging. Gastrointestinal.
Here's how approaching relief. This is the last field on the list. Looks like he looks around on the ground. There are pools of feces there.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila.
This is the corpse's bloated lower abdomen briefly. Write it down. Keep the voila. Just get a little. Gotta have a little something.
What's next on the list?
Description of injuries. Summary.
Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too.
What injuries we have inflicted?
Oh, so we inflicted them?
This is a team effort.
You mean the spin-stabilized munition from a kill A990 muzzleloader lodged in his lung? That was not a team effort. I just missed my shot. Also, let's not mention it. Muddies the water.
But isn't that sloppy?
Be pedantic if you like, it doesn't matter. No one else is going to investigate this man's murder. And if they do, such details would only confuse them.
See? These pigs are fucking corrupt.
Why don't you
fuck him if you love him so much?
Now, injuries.
I like that we're a good cop. We got bonus cop points. Bite marks.
Head, chest, and scalp bite
Bonus
mark
slop
injuries.
points.
Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted. And your opinion, officer?
Opinion? Fatal injury. Non-fatal post-mortem.
Agreed. Next injury?
2 contusions.
So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
The lieutenant's admission has caused great gratitude in Kuna. He is silent with it.
Write it down.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath, the description of injury. 2 boxes.
Non-fatal post. This was my Kuno killed him.
Right. Next.
What's the fourth injury field for?
Nothing. Just in case.
Turn the page back.
The corpse lay slouched to the side, oblivious to its surroundings. The field autopsy form describes his state in 3 parts.
Tell me something, dead man.
Shoot, Looney Rooney.
At the autopsy, you said you have ancient mysteries.
Oh yes, Kobo mi Lobo. In the gift horse's mouth. Tracts and wakes and waterways. Ancient materials buried.
Yeah, but to where, brother?
Just a small gulp away. My beloved Kobo. Oh yeah, it's all right.
There's something inside of him.
Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
Alright. Bite marks, contusions on head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck.
Ligature mark. Finish the autopsy.
A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling
Ligature
the neck.
mark
There's
applied.
a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured. The cervical column intact. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible.
Lunacon saying that requires the secret green stat.
The elusive green stats. We got
When
the
are we
physics.
gonna get the? When are we gonna get the 5th attribute tree?
We got
the
the
green skills.
because we got mental things, we got like social things, we got physical things, we got sense things. Clearly the 5th section is spiritual things.
Oh.
And so yeah, the final injury is of course the damage done by the belt on the man's neck, and that would be non-fatal post-mortem. Lieutenant falls silent abruptly.
He is deep in thought. Eyes
We are
fixed on the bright red ring around the dead man's neck.
We are standing by the theory. This man was already dead when he was put up. And I assume whatever is inside of him, whatever is in, quote, the gift horse's mouth, the ancient waterway, is going to lead to what is actually killed this man.
Why do you say that?
I'm serious. I don't think this is what the injury that killed him.
Okay. Why don't you think it was fatal?
I heard the conclusions of the psychic arts. Can't you get the feeling that he'd be doing something else when he died? Why weren't his hands tied? Thinking like this, I would tie his hands when marching him to the gallows. There's no reason, just random guess. I feel like out of all these, this might be the best. It's either this one or this one. Like either he physically should have been tied up, but they already said they knocked him unconscious. But like, can't you get the feeling when he was doing something else that he was doing something else when he died? These are both valid things.
I'm not usually one to go for these hunches, but I think I agree. I thought we had our cause of death here, officer. Now I think we should leave it empty, at least for the time being. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over.
Body bag. First, how did it go?
It was
You're getting so much
an irregular field
XP.
autopsy. We did not establish cause of death, which is supposed to be the goal of an autopsy. But personally, I do not see this as a parameter for success.
If anything, we did learn more and got better details into the fact that this is not, in fact, the cause of death. And not knowing the cause of death is better than knowing the cause of death.
We requested a test to be run on the genitals. That was the règle. The results should arrive in a couple of weeks if we are lucky. I will not hold my breath. We were thorough with the list of injuries too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances, it was a professional field autopsy.
Oh yeah, well done, Master Detective. Maybe a drink is in order?
I don't know, fuck you, electrochemistry. I don't drink, I'm sober now.
You don't yink.
What now?
I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg.
Put a copy of the autopsy pages.
For processing.
He looks at the dead man one more time, then death slip of red paper in his hand, then the corpse again.
He's thinking, did I miss something?
I would save.
So just leave first?
Yeah.
One more door.
Hell yeah.
There is no way to open the supply depot door. Accept it. You cannot open all the doors. You have to integrate this into your character.
Fuck you.
Some doors will forever remain closed, even if every single other door will open at one time or another. Maybe to a key, or maybe to some sort of tool meant for opening doors. But this one will never accede to such commands. A realization crucial to personal growth. Crucial.
-1 to have like no fear. All psyche white checks unlocked. Nice.
Oh. So unfortunately, this is a only useful once type of skill.
Not only is it only useful once, it is actively bad for us to have it.
Check to see your skills, how many times you can level up. Actually, you can level up twice, so you could technically get rid of this and swap it out for something else. And
Oh, I intend to do that immediately.
yeah. Wait, what's boosting your conceptualization to 6?
I got +2 there, and +1 because of signature skill, +1 intellectual base, +2 learn skill, +2 from items.
Oh. Oh, you must have only been wearing one of your conceptualization outfit items earlier.
Yeah, I like my shirt and my thing combo. It looks spiffy.
Okay, so disregard my earlier jokey like mention of advanced race theory.
Okay, first we're gonna get rid of this and instead get a Fairweather T500.
Avery.
Yo.
Would you wear Fairweather T500 armor?
Absolutely, it makes a beautiful ding sound, and I would stim the hell out of that.
Avery Stimmery?
Stimulants?
Stimily.
Okay, I'm gonna save real quick. And then put on as much perception gear as I can possibly muster.
Perception.
Game?
Oh. What?
Okay, there it goes. It needed a minute. Prescription, persleption, perspiration.
You could buy the perception boosting frog hat from Salang.
I don't need the perception boosting fog hat.
Frog.
I know what I said.
Avery.
Yo.
What if I put you in a bog?
Look, I'm already got my perception gear on. Yeah, perception +1. I will run the check once, and if I fail, I will buy the hat, then do it, okay?
And more like a pile of intestine. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes...
It'll be my punishment for failure. Didn't establish probable cause. Look at the mouth. No reason to pull head off.
Your arms reach out and your eyes close, as if by their own volition. It's dark all around. You feel cold, slippery flesh, first with your fingertips, then under the palm of your hand.
What is this? Jam the boombox in there.
His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. Like a spider, your hand crawls over his features. Everything is silent.
Put your fingers in his mouth. It's like we know it's in his mouth. I don't think we'll be able to do this again. I don't want to fuck it up, really. I doubt they'll let us fuck it up.
They are swollen shut.
So yeah.
You need to really push to get in.
Push your fingers in his nose.
Only the little one fits. The flesh changes shape as you bore in, searching for something in the cartilage.
The fuck is he doing?
He's very far away.
The thing you're looking for, it's not there. Crawl out, spider.
Squeeze his nose.
You pick it between your fingers. The mass feels large, very porous somehow. Keep crawling, lest you break it.
Your fingers in his mouth.
The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth, lolling around like a scallop. You're on the right track.
Play with it. This feels right.
The tongue moves freely in the cavity. The mucus of the mouth is slippery, delicate to touch. From the soft meat, teeth are budding. Hard pearls of bone in the gums and in the back of the mouth.
Delightful.
Can you feel it? You're so close. Rip his jaws open now. Look in.
Open your eyes and look.
A vision of black and dark red death, pried open by
What's
your
it gonna
naked
be?
hands
What's it gonna
and
be?
studded with teeth. Looks like he's laughing. Death fumes rising from the throat, and there, in the back of his mouth, above the bell of the uvula, right in the soft palate, you see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen shut, almost vanished. No larger than 0.4 centimeters in radius, the edges appear darkened.
Fuck yeah.
Mm-hmm. Keep going.
Kuno nods, too. He takes a step closer.
Both sides approving of this. Touch the finger, gently proceed.
A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound.
Put your finger in it.
Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage. Wide enough for 2 fingers. As you push both in, you reach through his mouth, right into his brainstem.
The fuck is happening?
Ah, shit, see?
Brainstem?
Yes, that's what this part is called. You've seen the drawings. You've studied them.
I think so, physical instrument. Feel around first.
The basal ganglia feels clumpy. What entered here has torn apart his reptilian complex.
He could have been shot or stabbed in the mouth. Something long must... like, to get to the back of the mouth, it would probably need to be pretty long. Because that's back there. Interesting way to hide the entry wound of the murder. Because, like, the body would have been swollen and it'd be hard to tell. So, like, the fact that we noticed that is, again, super cop.
Super cop.
I like that. That's interesting. Because, like, up to this point, I was, like, trying to figure out, like, how he could have died. And, like, if the injury wound is in his mouth, sure.
This man will never sleep again. Never wake. The funk soul brother at the back of his head has gone dark forever.
Electrochemistry, I know I hate you 99% of the time, but you occasionally say things that are alright.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that is one of the only good electrochemistry lines.
The funk soul brother. If you just, like, talk more about funk music and less about doing drugs, I think we'd get along more.
Your fingers slide into the remains of his limbic system. There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The slug-like structures are damaged too. The tearing extends deep into both hemispheres.
There's a cavity cut right between the hemispheres.
The lieutenant answers with the sound of his pen on paper.
Fucking cavity, see?
His voice is hushed. I just had a terrible thought.
What?
He could have been shot in the mouth and have the bullet still be lodged in his head somewhere. Because it is a small entry wound. And if it is a bullet that did so, there's a non-zero chance it was our gun.
Quivering with awe.
Push deeper.
Your fingers are all the way in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. The cavity goes further, but the entry wound isn't wide enough for the rest of your hand to follow. All the muscles in your body harden. Time to enter him.
Punch a hole through his mouth.
I don't...
Did you ever get this?
I don't think I punched. Don't think I punched. That sounds bad.
Wriggle in or punch a hole through his mouth. One is brutal. But if there is something lodged in there, it would get it to us. It would get it to it. Do we risk the... We already shot the body. How bad could it get? Like, Kim might be upset with us. Kuno will find it to be baller. But, Fuck it. We're deranged. We like violence. Punch a hole through his mouth.
The cartilage gives in with a crack.
That's a
like
sound.
Some fruit. Just like that, your hand is in his head. Strange fluid streams down your wrist. And then you feel it with the tip of your finger. Sharp, serrated material. The edges cut right into your skin. The pain is barely noticeable under the adrenaline rush.
I feel a solid object right under the skull.
Can you get to it?
Yep.
I'm surprised they gave you a +1.
There's a tiny crack. A protrusion in the cranium. Right in the back of his head. Your finger must be pointing straight at it. From the inside.
We have the makings of a very small exit wound here.
Forget about the fucking exit wound, Beano. The pig is wearing him like a fuck puppet.
Fish it out.
Yes!
All in a day's work. Super cop.
You pick the
all
object
in a
between
day's
your index
torque.
and middle finger. Feels sharp, like metal.
I like that we're solving a crime.
Your jaw is clenched.
It's about fucking time.
Avery, are you glad that I managed to convince you to start progressing the plot?
Convinced! We ran out of things to do! I got it.
My pig's fucking got it?
He's watching his old man get the big prize at the claw game.
We're a better dad! Slowly pull your fingers out.
The inside of the head feels cold and smooth, like a glove. Sweat dripping down your brow. Careful not to lose the prize between your fingers. With a plop, your hand emerges from the mouth, covered in blood up to the wrist. Between your fingers, a small flower. A blossom made of lead.
Fucking beautiful!
A bullet.
Yup. He puts a small bag marked evidence under it. Drop it in. This man was shot with our gun and I fucking know it.
In the bag, leaving a smattering of blood on the plastic. He raises the bag under his eyes and says,
A non-caliber. Rifled. Some kind of brittle alloy. Fractured on impact.
Can I have it?
Of course. You've earned it.
Fair enough.
We need to add an item to the injury list. Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an abrasion collar. Soft palate, back of mouth. High velocity. Temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit wound on the occiput. How does that sound?
Sounds like heaven. Sounds about right.
Opinion, fatal injury.
Goddamn right. I'm still not sure. Look at your hand quizzically. I know, we're going with goddamn right.
And one last thing. We can now fill in injury number 3. Ligament mark. Opinion non-fatal. Post-mortem. Treatment.
Ligament mark, the fractured hyoid, it was all treatment.
Yes, and the belt around his neck. The hanging. Even dragging him to the yard. All of it was done after this man was already dead.
Dead. Dabba-doop doop. Why dead dabba-doop doop?
Because that's
Dead
what Kim
dabba-doop.
says. Because that's what Kim says earlier.
Dead dabba-doop doop. Dead.
Because earlier you can say he's deadity dead, and Kim will reply with dead dabba doop doop.
Alright.
So you can
Agreed.
repeat his words back to him.
I have had my doubts since you showed me the tracks. Why did they carry him over? Why not march him, I thought. There was no satisfying explanation. There have been other signs too. Small things. We were right not to assign hanging as cause of death, as the perpetrators expected we would. No such luck for them.
We didn't fall for it, he thinks. There's pride in there.
Who would do this?
That's for us to find out. But this, it will make finding them just a little easier.
Why would anyone do this?
To hide something. The real killer? The real motivation? What really happened here?
I think I need to wash myself.
Oh, you really do. I am glad to hear you say that. Your room in the Whirling in Rags should come with a bathroom. Be sure to make use of it in the evening.
Maybe the bullet holds more answers.
Yes, we should take a closer look at it. I am certain it has more to tell us.
Yo.
Unfortunately, you cannot shower.
This little thing could reveal much about the weapon that shot it.
I won't say why, but there is a reason why you should not shower.
Do we die?
No. But
Okay.
there is something you will wash off if you shower that is important to something later.
Interesting. Alright,
won't
spoilers, but okay.
I won't say. Well, I'm doing it so you don't mess up something important later.
Liz, if you just wanted us to keep the stink, you just had to say that. I would have listened.
We bag the corpse and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can transport him to processing myself, but I will be gone for the rest of the day.
We gone? What should I do in the meanwhile?
Work on the case. Tend to personal matters. Try not to do anything too dangerous. An officer needs backup in a neighborhood like this. I'll leave that choice to you. And one more thing. Great work, detective.
The word lingers in the air of the yard. Far away.
We are a great detective.
Further yet, the sound of motor traffic. Detective.
After you bag the corpse, Lieutenant Kitsuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. You can do side tasks and even the main case, but it might be more difficult. Plan his exit accordingly.
Yeah, don't have him bag it away because then you
I
won't
need to
be
get
able
the
to
boots.
Yeah. You need to wait. Yeah, it's like you need to wait until Kim goes to bed, and then you go grab the boots.
Well, we did it. We finally got the corpse down and investigated it, guys. We did it! Progress!
Now time to do other things.
We did it! Thank you all for coming this evening. I hope you had a wonderful time. Today's most loved viewer is gonna go to... Today's least loved viewer goes to whoever asked me to draw paw jobs. But yeah, that'll be all for now. The stream's gone on a bit long, makes up for some of the shorter ones, but we did it. We're finally on the case. We are progressing. I feel good about this. I'm excited for the next one as we continue investigating the actual main case this time. It's gonna be great. We're gonna have a great time. And thank you, Train, for showing up at the very end. But yeah. We'll see you all on Wednesday as we start Phoenix Wright 2, and then Friday for this.
This was a good stream.
Good night.
Bye, chat.